Good night.
Shearman Sterling. Es el edificio del éxito. Muy grande.
Sí. Sí.
Sí, yo puse mi voz acá.
Check, check. This is a test of the audio. Check. This is a test of the audio. Check, check. This is a test of the audio.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. I'm Enrique Perret. I'm the general manager for the US-Mexico Foundation. Welcome to everyone. Just a few notes this morning. We're going to be live streaming the sessions. We're going to have something around 400, 500 people watching the the panels and the presentations. This morning, we have a full half day. We're gonna go through some presentations and 3 panels, focus on nearshoring, on the automotive sector, and also certainty and infrastructure in Mexico. So to start, we're gonna have 3 speakers on welcoming remarks. First of all, let me thank Manuel Orillac from Shearman and Sterling. Thank you, Manuel, for hosting us today. This first event, I hope the first of many, from the US-Mexico Foundation and GBM here in New York in this wonderful week. Thank you very much, Manuel.
Thank you very much, Enrique, for your kind words. Apparently, apart from being good lawyers, we also have good conference centers. So you're all very welcome. It is a pleasure to host this morning GBM and the US-Mexico Foundation, who are sponsoring this conference on a subject that is of vital importance to Canada, the United States, and Mexico, of course, and that's the nearshoring revolution that we're experiencing these days. So you're welcome at Shearman Sterling. I'm very glad to see a full room. And we hope that we're going to have a very exciting day. There's going to be coffee throughout the day, but I've met a few of the speakers, and very few of us will need any caffeine to stay awake during the entire presentation. It is my pleasure now to introduce Fernanda Garrido from the Mexican Consul's office in New York. Fernanda here is stepping into the shoes of our dear friend Jorge Islas, who is the consul to New York. Jorge was also a lawyer at Shearman Sterling, so a dear friend of ours as well. Fernanda?
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Consul-General Jorge Islas, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, I would like to thank Grupo Bursátil Mexicano, Enrique Rojas, and the US-Mexico Foundation, Enrique for this very kind invitation. I would also like to express our gratitude to Shearman and Sterling, especially Mr. Manuel Orillac, for your support and willingness to host this event that presents an opportunity to emphasize the evident economic potential of Mexico, especially the prospect of nearshoring. I am sure that Consul-General would like to be here today because, as he always says, at Shearman and Sterling, he always feels at home. For the Consul-General of Mexico, it's a pleasure to be here in this forum to welcome you and to share with you some main elements about what we know as the Mexican momentum. We have been discussing about nearshoring, the contribution of Mexican economy, and its contribution to the Mexican economy. It can be referred as friendshoring, ally-shoring, best-shoring, no matter how we name it. The phenomenon is here, and the facts speak clear. Mexico is today a very solid economy, the 14th economy in the world. We are the #1 US trade partner with the US, thank you mainly to the USMCA. The economy will be growing over 3% by the end of this year. And we know that there are some important numbers like the increment in the public investment, the recipients of foreign direct investment. In addition, the Mexican government is developing promising infrastructure projects, such as the interoceanic corridor at the Istmo of Tehuantepec. We know that this logistic platform that aims to link the Pacific Ocean with the Gulf of Mexico is part of the commitment to advance North American supply chains with a more effective flow of trade across our borders. I would like to share that we are convinced that New York is one of the most important financial and economic centers in the world, making it a crucial partner for enhancing the bilateral trade relationship between Mexico and the United States. The Mexican momentum is a reality. Therefore, this week we're celebrating the Mexico Investment Week in New York. During this week, we seek to promote a conversation to understand the different needs and the potential areas of opportunity with the largest organizations, investment funds, and banks in New York. During this week, we also look forward to sharing the opportunities, advantages, and great potential that Mexico represents as an attractive, stable, and reliable country for investment. The Consul-General of Mexico is always looking to collaborate in opportunities that will bring Mexico and the United States economies closer than ever. I am certain that with today's discussion, you will have the elements to reaffirm why Mexico stands out as the best nearshoring option. And together, we can shape the way for a more prosperous future for our nations. Once again, on behalf of Consul-General of Mexico, thank you for the invitation and all the best on today's sessions. Sorry. So I will give the floor to Mr. Enrique Rojas from Grupo Bursátil Mexicano.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for coming to this event. Our main objective here is to hear from experts, both from the public and private sector, about this very clear opportunity that we have today as a country. In GBM, for nearly 40 years, we've been promoting Mexico. It is our bread and butter. And today, we're super excited about this opportunity that nearshoring brings to Mexico. Our different panelists and the discussions will give us a good insight to this opportunity. And without further ado, I leave this to Miriam Acuña, who's our chief economist. And Miriam has prepared for us a presentation that gives us a good look on where we're coming from and where we're going as Mexico and with a nearshoring opportunity. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you, Enrique. Thank you very much for joining us today. As just Enrique mentioned, and Fernanda as well, it is undeniable that the nearshoring has become what could be an overnight trend. Today, I would like to delve into why it is much more than that to Mexico. As you know, the dynamics of the global economy are changing, and regionalization will be the name of the game from now on. So in this sense, I truly believe that Mexico belongs to a winning region, which is North America. Today, the relationship between the US, Canada, and Mexico, it's closer than ever before. So by having one of the world's biggest markets as an ally neighbor, while enjoying important strategic advantages, Mexico is in pole position to be one of the main winners in this global trade reordering. To answer the question, why Mexico is a nearshore nexus, I would like to plant the idea that nearshoring is nothing but another Mexican moment, and possibly the most important thus far. I will explain why. Let's begin. Mexico has lived three major economic moments. The first, as you know, came with the signing of the NAFTA, the North America Free Trade Agreement in 1994. At that time, everyone was talking about Mexico. But it is important to recall that China had not yet appeared in the trade scene. The signing of the treaty meant for Mexico its entry to the developed economy. Of course, it was a turning point for the Mexican economy, and the treaty had a positive impact, but the process was complex. Back then, Mexico had capital needs that it couldn't meet. Most of the population was under 15 years of age, so it was impossible to have a hiring rate that would generate sufficient investment volumes. Moreover, with the entry of China to the World Trade Organization in 2000, Mexico had to face a bigger competitor that it had anticipated, which was detrimental not only for Mexico, but also for the United States. The second Mexican moment came in 2013 with the structural reforms. This, as you know, included the energy reform, which prompted about 46 billion of US dollar in foreign investment in that year alone. Lastly, we arrived to the third economic moment, which is happening now with the nearshoring. As I mentioned, I am certain that nearshoring is the best Mexican moment so far. And I have many reasons to believe that. The first one is ally shoring. Today, Mexico is a geopolitical ally to the US and Canada. Compared to the first two Mexican moments that I just described, the difference to me is that those moments were originated within and promoted from Mexico, as the country wanted to improve, and asked the US and Canada to be part of their group. This time, in contrast, we have seen a more structural shift that comes from the outside of the country, led by economic and geopolitical changes, where other countries like the US and Canada are approaching Mexico asking to be part of the group, and not the other way around, like happened when the NAFTA was signed. I believe that this was clear at the beginning of the year, when the US President and Canada's Prime Minister visited Mexico. There, for the first time, I think ever, the US pointed North America as a region and not as a country, mentioning that the region is the most competitive and resilient economic region in the world. This leads me to the fact that despite not sharing the same passport or the same currency, North America is indeed the most important region in the world, with almost 30% of the total GDP, which is the largest production share in the world, even ahead of China and the European Union. Mexico, the US, and Canada receive most of the foreign direct investment in the world, as you can see in the graph. The total FDI amount that North America received in 2022 accounts for almost 30% of the total GDP. Whereas, as you can see in the graph, Russia and the European Union had outflows in the same period. The clue binding these developments in North America is undeniably the USMCA, a treaty that gives the three countries preferential treatment as commercial partners, of course. This is not only important for trade purposes among the parties, but also for the indirect access that the United States can have to other markets through Mexico, and the access that other markets could have to the United States through Mexico. The fact is that the US has very few trade agreements around the world, with only 20 countries, which is less than 10% of the world's GDP, which of course results in a very limited preferred access to other markets. In contrast, Mexico is one of the most open countries in the world, with access to 52 countries, which represents 60% of the total world's GDP. So let me give you an example. A car assembled in Mexico can be sent to Europe without tariffs, whereas the same car from the US could face a tariff of about 10%. Thus, of course, the latter will not be competitive to the European Union because of its high cost. However, if the US suppliers could install a US engine in a car assembled in Mexico, they could easily sell it to Europe without tariffs. The other way around will also be true, where companies around the world transfer part of their production to Mexico, eliminating tariffs and being closer to their end market. Another reason that makes this Mexican moment the best yet is that due to its multiple free trade agreements, including, of course, the USMCA, Mexico's access to the largest markets in the world has completely transformed its external sector over the past 40 years. It has grown for about 24 times during that period. It has gone from being a predominantly oil exporter country to be a manufacturing powerhouse. And also, it has converted in a predominantly class exporter in the automotive, machinery, and electrical sectors, among many others. Now, speaking specifically about the automotive sector, as you can see in the graph, it represents more than 30% of the total manufacturing exports. Over the last decades, Mexico positioned itself as a top auto part trading partner of the United States, being almost 3 times bigger than Canada and China, which rank in second and third, respectively. After the enforcement of the USMCA, several European and Asian manufacturers like Audi, BMW, Toyota, Subaru, Nissan, which had a lower regional content in North America, have increased their production of vehicle parts in the region, particularly to Mexico. Therefore, we believe that more investments will come on the following years as manufacturers will try to achieve a duty-free status of their vehicles under the new rules. Today, we will host a panel regarding the automotive sector, and I'm pretty sure that they will explain this better than me. Besides the latter, the country is in a better demographic and macroeconomic position than 30 years ago. Of the potential of the nearshoring winners, Mexico has the best demographic bonus, with the largest population between 20 and 64. Meanwhile, its main trading competitors, like Vietnam or China, are undergoing a demographic decline that was not in place 3 decades earlier. 30 years ago, China was undergoing a demographic decline that was not in place 3 decades earlier. 30 years ago, China had a gigantic demographic bonus, whereas the Mexican population was too young. Now, jumping forward to 2023, neither the Asian competitors nor the United States, as you can see in the graph, have a demographic dividend. For Mexico, this demographic advantage will last for at least another 2 decades. Therefore, Mexico has a better saving capacity and a bigger capital market. Indeed, the assets under management held by Mexican pension funds have increased from 5% in 2003 to almost 20% in 2023. Now, as for other competitive edges, Mexico has one of the most skilled labor force, while the average monthly income in Mexico remains very competitive to other Asian countries. Thus, with all of these advantages, I believe it is clear that Mexico emerged as a natural contender for nearshoring. The most frequent question that I have recently received from investors is where we can see the nearshoring effect is already happening in Mexico. To answer that question, we're going to start by saying that Mexico's production capacity is in expansion. And we can see that in 2 main indicators. The first one is investment in machinery and equipment, which is at an all-time high. And number 2, imports of capital goods, which as a leading indicator for the manufacturing activity is following a seemingly unbeatable trajectory, showing growth rates close to 20%. Also, the participation of the manufacturing sector in Mexico's GDP has increased, while the employment in the activity has maintained a steady uptrend. So I will say that the first beneficiary of the nearshoring in Mexico so far is, without a doubt, the manufacturing activity. Another early sign that nearshoring boom in Mexico can be observed is in the industrial real estate. During the pandemic, while many industries were struggling to maintain a solid demand and pricing, the industrial real estate began delivering its best metrics in history, boosted by several companies looking to move their operations to Mexico. With this, industrial real estate, once an industry that struggled to increase price increases in US dollars beyond inflation, started recording some of the biggest rental prices increments in history, with some markets growing beyond the 15 mark each year. These dynamics, as you can see in the graph, have been mostly seen in the north of Mexico due to the proximity of the United States. However, recently, encouraging signs indicate that both the central and the Bajío regions have also started to reap benefits because of their appeal to consumer-centric businesses seeking proximity to the metropolitan hubs. In tandem, the freight industry is also capitalizing on nearshoring as more manufacturing enterprises expand in Mexico. With truck transport being the predominant type of cargo in Mexico, certain highways strategically linked to industrial freight and the industrial real estate sector have improved their metrics significantly to the point of even beating the traffic performance of the entire industry. So where else can we see that the nearshoring effect is already happening in Mexico? Of course, in the trade data. In 2022, China continued to have the highest share of US imports. However, 6 months later, Mexico's share of US imports has risen by almost 2 percentage points, making Mexico the main supplier of the United States, beating China and Canada. This is very important because even though the pace of expansion of the US economy is slowing down and the size of the pie of the US imports is getting smaller, I think that Mexico has found the antidote by grabbing a larger market share of this smaller pie. Now, since we are convinced that a positive effect could boost Mexico's potential growth in the medium term, we developed our GBM nearshoring ranking, where we identify some categories that will benefit and be impacted the most by nearshoring. We base our ranking on both the size of the market that Mexico could grab, not only from China, but also from other competitive Asian countries like Vietnam, India, or Singapore, and Mexico's degree of specialization by industry. Therefore, it came as no surprise that according to our GBM nearshoring ranking, the manufacturing industries has taken the lead in the race to benefit from the nearshoring opportunity, with electric machinery, vehicles and parts, furniture, durable goods, and stone and cement products standing out. Our selected categories, which are possible winners of the nearshoring effect, account for almost 56% of the US total imports. Speaking specifically about these categories, Mexico has also gained an important market share in US imports. As you can see in the graph below, Mexico accelerated its market share gain in US imports of those categories over the past year, especially when compared with the Asian competitors and China. To put this into perspective, Mexico's gain in the last year worth almost $40 billion US, which is equivalent to about 2.5% of Mexico's GDP. An interesting example of this recent gain that Mexico is found is in electric machinery category. When you hear electric machinery, you can imagine items like generators or transformers, vacuum cleaners, TV, and monitors. However, this category also includes the printed circuit boards, or PCBs, a core component of all electronic products. As you can see in the slide, the PCB is a board with electronic circuits on it that connect almost every electronic devices. PCBs can be found in devices like televisions, cell phones, computers, and cars. But most important, they are one of the fundamental parts of the semiconductor industry. Well, it turns out that Mexico's market share in US imports of printed circuit boards has increased by almost 2 percentage points in the last couple of years. And why has that happened? Well, Taiwan is the hub of the global PCB industry. And the Taiwanese factories used to have most of their production lines in China, almost 60% of them. However, due to the US-China trade tensions and recent economic sanctions, PCB manufacturers have started to move their production capacity out of China, not only to other countries in the Southeast Asia, like Thailand, Vietnam, or Malaysia, but also to Mexico. Hence, as you can see, Mexico has emerged as a winner in the Taiwanese relocation, not only because of its proximity to the United States, but also because the US government decided to invest a lot of money in the semiconductor industry to depend less on China. Indeed, the Inflation Reduction Act assigned about $50 billion to boost the competitiveness in the US semiconductor industry, including $39 billion in direct spending on chip production. The bill, as you probably know, contains important provisions for Canada and Mexico to further deepen the supply chains and integrate cross-border cooperation in this critical industry. We have heard that the Mexican Ministry of Economy is in talks with the Taiwanese industry to keep expanding the supply chain on PCV in Mexico, analyzing which segments make sense to have in Mexico and what are the key requirements for the Taiwanese PCV industry to relocate in the country. So I believe that this specific example shows you the potential that Mexico has if it substitutes China in some specific processes. Thus, it is clear that if Mexico continues to gain market share in US imports from China and its main Asian competitors, exports could grow at a faster pace. Moreover, we truly believe that sooner or later, a positive impact will reflect on Mexico's FDI, especially amid recent announcements of foreign companies about new investments in Mexico, which sum up almost 40 billion between October 22 and August 2023. This amount considers about 45 announcements, including, of course, those made by Tesla, Jetour, and Ternium, among many others. In the end, all of this production capacity expansion in the country, higher growth in exports, and new investments will certainly have a multiplier effect on Mexico's GDP. We do have an estimate per year based on Mexico's export substitution rate. And I'm pretty sure that you have heard a lot of numbers about this. Some super optimistic, others not so much. However, I believe that most of these numbers depend on the assumptions that have been made. In sum, it is undeniable that we are just at the beginning of this enormous opportunity. At this point, I believe that only one thing is for sure. It's not a matter of if or when, but how big. With the right effort, I truly believe that the sky could be the limit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Miriam, for this great presentation. So we're gonna start with our first panel. For that, we invited Kristen Kaufman from the Mayor's Office of New York. She's Deputy Commissioner for International Affairs. She will be moderating this first panel on different factors of nearshoring, what is happening around all the concept of nearshoring, including technology, talent, developing many, many issues. So thank you so much, Kristen.
Ernesto. There it is.
Buenos días y bienvenidos. I want to welcome you all this morning to our panel, Insights and Perspectives for a Successful Transition with Nearshoring. I'm Kristen Kaufman. I'm a Deputy Commissioner in New York City Mayor's Office for International Affairs. And before I introduce our panelists, I would like to thank GBM and the US-Mexico Foundation for hosting us. It's an honor to be here with such esteemed panelists. The panelists joining our discussion here today are Mauricio Doehner, the Executive Vice President of Corporate Affairs, Enterprise Risk Management, and Social Impact at Cemex, the leading sustainable construction materials and solutions company. David Jiménez, Managing Director at Softtek, one of Mexico's leading IT companies. He currently leads his team to develop the digital capabilities necessary to efficiently manage complex supply chains. Alberto Saracho, a partner at McKinsey in Mexico City, works closely with public and social sectors with expertise in technology, analytics, and consumer products. Alberto has worked extensively with clients from the public and private sectors throughout the country. And last but not least, Ernesto Acevedo, the World Bank Group Executive Director, representing Mexico and other countries since November 2022. Prior to joining the World Bank Group, Mr. Acevedo held several senior positions in the Ministry of Economy, such as Vice Minister of Industry, Commerce, and Competitiveness, Chief of Staff, and Chief Economist. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you.
So nearshoring, or friendshoring, as some called, is of great importance and benefit not just to the United States as a whole, but specifically to New York City for both economic and national security reasons. As members of the world's largest free trade zone, Canada, the US, and Mexico know that we have no better friends than each other. Global supply chain disruptions during COVID-19 were a wake-up call to all of us. Reorienting supply chains towards partners strengthens our resilience, reduces our exposure to potentially hostile nations, and drives growth among friendly nations. Mexico can play an important role in rebuilding certain critical supply chains within trusted networks, or at the very least mitigate against supply chain instability, particularly in the event of geopolitical disruptions. So I'd like to start this off with a question for everyone with a brief overview. We briefly touched on it in the previous presentation, but which industries have been nearshoring the most today? And in which industries are there big opportunities for more nearshoring in the future? Ernesto, do you want to start us off?
Thank you, Christine. And before, let me start by thanking you to moderate this panel. And also, I would like to express my gratitude and thankful to Enrique Perret for inviting me to this panel. And probably because I'm just the one wearing the tie, I get the first question that it probably was one of the difficult ones. But I would say that Mexico has a lot of opportunities in many sectors, as the previous speaker was showing. And I add one element that probably was missing in that presentation, that it's heavy industries. I think the heavy industry, as I said, of course, the case of Cemex, but we can think about steel or some other heavy industries, are the ones that probably will be more important to bring to Mexico, because heavy industries are not easy to move. And actually, what we are seeing in some other parts of the globe, like China or Asia countries, India, for instance, they are based also in very heavy industries. They give the support to some others. So I would say that Mexico has a lot of opportunities. We have seen most of them, the automotive sector, textile, electronics, manufacturing, intelligent manufacturing, but I would also put an emphasis on heavy industries.
Wonderful. You go next.
I guess I'm a little bit biased because I'm in the technology sector, but I think that there's also an opportunity that we can't miss, which is in the IT sector in technology. Almost in every leading country, technology is a part of their strategy. In Mexico, you don't see it. And it's no secret that nearshoring has been great for a country, right? Just yesterday, INEGI published 29% growth on a yearly basis and 70% growth in non-residential construction. So the growth is there. But we have many industries like the automotive industry, that's the leading industry in Mexico in exporting. And it's also an industry that's going through a major transformation in technology. So we need to have an agenda for technology. Just some quick data. It's an industry where the average income is like 4x manufacturing. So it's transformative what we could be doing. And it's not only not on the agenda, but it's not nearly close to the most important careers in major careers in Mexico. So there's a huge area of opportunity there.
Wonderful. Mauricio?
Yes. Thank you for the invitation as well. Very briefly, I think I would second what you said, Ernesto. Obviously, the heavy industries, particularly so cement, steel, all the manufacturing companies will benefit from this trend. I do believe that some of our products don't travel as much. So the fact that we are near will be of benefit, and that we have open frontiers for these type of industries. But also, I would like to bring to the table an example that recently happened that I think it's revelative of what's going on in terms of nearshoring, which is this summer we had a soccer event, which is called the Leagues Cup. And this event is an integration of nearshoring between US, Mexico, and Canada. No, that is happening as well. Just this summer, this was a type of event that, in my view, would lead to other industries happening and opening to this type of endeavor. So I'm very optimistic in terms of what Fernanda mentioned earlier, the potential of nearshoring, very optimistic. And I think these type of examples would set the tone for what's coming up for nearshoring.
Thank you, Alberto.
Thank you, Kirsten. And thank you for GBM and the US-Mexico Foundation to invite me here. I'll react to two parts of your question, and because I second what Ernesto and the rest of my colleagues have said about advanced industries and heavy industries. But a couple of comments. One is, you mentioned a lot about national security, and it's not only about national security, it's also about being resilient towards other different phenomena, right? So climate change, it's bringing a lot of problems to the supply chains, right? So there are disruptions from storms, from places where you would be able to manufacture or obtain certain supplies, you're no longer able to do so, right? So for anecdotally, there are people saying that the best wine in the next 50 years is going to come from the UK. So that's a good example, right? The second is we've been talking about nearshoring for the past, I don't know, 24 or 18 months, but it's a process that has already been happening for a while, right? So McKinsey, we published our first nearshoring document in May 2020. So this is 2-3 months after COVID started, and it was ready before COVID, right? So this is not only about the last 2 or 3 years. It has been happening for a while, not only for national security reasons, but big procurers of assembled goods are looking to know their supplier better. They want to have their supplier hours away in a flight, right? They're tired of having midnight calls on Zoom and so forth. So that's another aspect that I wanted to mention. And the third, going to your specific question, to me, the challenge is not only which industries are going to be more attractive for Mexico, but what part of those value chains, right? So if you look at semiconductors, which is what our previous speaker talked about, still most of the R&D of the semiconductors is not happening in Mexico, right? So what's coming to Mexico is the assembly side, and that's not very different to what was happening in the first Mexican moment that was presented a few moments ago, right? So the challenge is, how do you actually bring more value added to the country? Not only specifically in which industries, but what part of the value chain.
Great, thank you. I want to pivot and talk a little bit about the Mexican labor force and where you're seeing gaps and where do more training and education still need to happen. You briefly touched on the semiconductor, but David, do you want to open us up with that, given your expertise with talent?
Yeah, I think to Alberto's point, if we plan on not just being assembly and not just being manufacturing and assembly, we need to talk about talent, right? And there's shortage talent almost in every industry these days, and we need to understand that at least we like to say in Softtek that you can't hire away from a labor shortage. So we need to understand the upskilling, the reskilling, the training of talent, and that's an investment that needs to be done in universities, public sector, private sector, but mostly private sector. Private sector always will lead the strategy on talent, and there needs to be an agenda, right? Otherwise, we're going to end up just being the assembly part of it. You take a look at education in Mexico, and nothing against lawyers, and we're here at Shearman Sterling, but law is the most important career in Mexico right now, with like 370,000 alumni. And then the second one, I think it's business administration, then it's industrial engineering, then it's psychology. And you honestly think about it, and you think about the Mexico demographics, and I don't know where we're going to fit in something like 480,000 people, either lawyers and psychologists. So there needs to be an agenda on talent, very tied up to what we are exporting, what we're producing, and I also think services as well. But there's not an agenda, whereas many countries in Asia, even Colombia, Costa Rica, they have a very clear strategy on talent.
But you're saying you want private companies to drive that agenda. Are you seeing any companies that are taking the lead with workforce training?
I can only talk about the services industry and the IT industry. And in the IT industry, we are very tied up to universities. because we are as good as the talent that we have, right? That's our value proposition is talent. So we are very tied to universities and working day in, day out with them. I think that needs to happen also in manufacturing and production to get to what Alberto was saying. It's not happening right now.
No, I want to jump on David's comment because the reason why the IT industry is so close to the universities is because there was a strategic, sorry for the repetitive, but strategic program from the government called ProSoft, which lasted like 16 years to develop that talent. And that's, as David said, that's not the case in any other industry that I know of, at least.
I agree.
Ernesto, have you seen any?
Yes, I would say that if you try to, when you talk about labor market, I think we can also put it in the regional perspective in terms of what it's Canada providing and what they need, what the US economy has and what does it need, and what Mexico has and what does it need. So at the end, it's a combination of all of those elements. Talent is one issue of that. Knowledge, the capacity of learning. And I would say that the digital technologies will provide a platform so talent could be boosted in all of the region. But Kristen, I think Mexican people, the skills that Mexican people have already, they are very good to fit in the US and Canada. The talent that you can see in the US can fit very well in Mexico. So at the end, it's a combination of all of those elements that will make the region stronger. So it's not only what we'd like for our young generation. Let's move to IT, let's move to, no, I think they should move where opportunities are, where the gaps in the labor markets are. And I think in all of the regions, there's a lot of needs, there's a lot of capacity, and of course, Mexico has a lot of opportunities.
Wonderful, wonderful. Ernesto, I'm going to start the next one off with you. How has the USMCA impacted nearshoring? And how can we use nearshoring as a tool to develop more regionalized supply chains?
Well, actually, I would say that the USMCA, it's the result of this geopolitical tensions, not only in terms of trade commerce, not only the tension on technology, but political tension as well. What is happening in China with Taiwan, what is happening in China with Vietnam, with India. Of course, the tension between the US and China, what is happening in Europe. So at the end, I think is the result of this element that it's constant in our decision, that it's an optimization process, that all of a sudden, the answer is not global. The answer is regional. So we have to shorten the chain of supply. We have to try to get our providers near where the final consumer is. So at the end, I think the USMCA, it's providing the legal framework and the structure where trade is facilitated.
Interesting, thank you. Leading into the next question, Mauricio, with so many geopolitical risks on the rise, as he was just saying, how much nearshoring is possible longer term, and how much can Mexico realistically absorb this decade?
Well, I think first and foremost, I see nearshoring, as it was highlighted earlier, as the next big event for Mexico. Really, when I was just getting out of school, it was NAFTA going on, and I think that 30 years later, I see nearshoring, just to set the perspective, even more potential than NAFTA, no? So how we're going to take advantage of this is the question I think that we need to address is the social component. I want to bring the social piece to the equation, which is, this type of economic developments create, inequality in many fronts. And I think that the two main things that we need to address this time around is obviously the social development, no one left behind, like the Marines. This time around, we need to address that component. The second one is, how do we make sure that the sustainable, in terms of sustainability, how do we make sure that the value chains are also taking into consideration the sustainability piece, no? So my view is that the whole blockage and the integration needs to address these two main elements. And for that to happen, we need to be very conscious that it's not about a matter of GDP growth, it's not about a matter of new jobs creation, it's not only a matter of the exports to other markets, it's also a matter of making sure that within our countries we have even development. That is one of the main tasks that we need to address this time around in order for the NAFTA and the economic reforms that were highlighted don't create the inequality that has impaired in the past.
Are you seeing any public-private partnerships to address that inequality? Any types of initiatives coming out of public-private partnerships?
Yes, they are happening. I think it's not only PPP, but it's also PPPS, social, the social parties that needs to happen, no? So you were asking earlier about labor. I think the reskilling and the upskilling that David was mentioning, it's going to be very fast. How do we make sure that people have the right training so as to take advantage of those new jobs and skills that the nearshoring will be demanding?
Thank you. Alberto, did you have any thoughts on how much Mexico can absorb in terms of?
A lot. No, I mean, definitely it's a huge opportunity, right? So there are around $4.7 trillion worth of investment looking to resettle in a different location, right? Mexico has been, I think, very successful of capturing that at least the past 18, 24 months. I don't have the right exact numbers, but around $70 billion in the past 18 months. Almost 1/3 of that is actually from new investors, which is very exciting. These are companies that have never invested in Mexico before. And that gives you certainly hope that this will be the case. As Ernesto was saying, many of these investments are sticky, right? So these are not gonna move in the next 5 years, 6 years. It takes 4 to 5 years for a company to not only announce. The announcing of the FDI part is easy, right? The hard thing is how do you, and Tesla is a good example, Mauro, I know you were close to that announcement. The hard thing is everything else that comes afterwards. So the answer is a lot. Hopefully, as Mauro said, that brings more inclusion in many ways. Geographic is something you didn't mention, but sure, I think it's also a huge challenge. This is still happening near the border. We haven't seen big announcements in the southeast of Mexico, and that's a challenge for the country.
Kristen, if I may add to the inequality issue, and I'm very glad that you bring up this topic. You are speaking like a World Bank
capitalism 2.0
person, and I would say that inequality is an issue, and of course, social inequality is an issue. But I would also like to bring the attention to what Angus did to the Nobel Prize on Economics. When he was talking about inequality, there's one part of the inequality that comes from good reasons. And there's part of inequality that comes from bad reasons. When it's for good reasons, when you have innovation, leading sectors that all of a sudden are making more profits, that's a good way of seeing inequality. The thing here is when part of the inequality is because there are some elements, either from the institutional framework, from the structure of the market, that all of a sudden are not distributing more equally or more just the income and the prosperity that are bringing.
Thank you. It's interesting. It's an issue we face in New York City as well. Pivoting to infrastructure, Alberto, why don't you open us off with this? How is the infrastructure connecting the US to Mexico? Are further investments required there given the growing amount of trade between our two countries?
Well, there's a huge need. Still around 60% of the trade is happening in one border crossing, which is Laredo. It's interesting, I was recently in Hermosillo, helping a client bring some investment to the country. And we spoke to different logistic players in the area, and many of them had to go all the way. And if you are Mexican or know the Mexican geography, they had to go from Hermosillo down to Mazatlan and then cross the entire country to cross through Laredo. And the reason, because that was actually shorter time than waiting to cross across Nogales, which is the border crossing in Sonora. And that's a good example of what many investors, new and old, have to go. And that's just a small example. There's still in many places lack of access to water. There's a huge problem with energy, right? So having access to electricity, and not only electricity, but sustainable electricity. Many of these investors have international commitments they have to regarding the sources, right? So sustainable energy. So it's a huge challenge, and that's where public-private partnerships can play a significant role.
And about how long do you think it would take, if they even had the funding, to improve the infrastructure? And who is going to be funding these infrastructure improvements?
I think that the challenge in this case, because Mexico has been very successful in developing infrastructure in previous periods, the challenge right now is to have a relatively stable rule of law where investors know what they're getting into, which is not the case right now, as anyone that travels to the Mexico City airport knows.
Yes. Does anyone else have any insights on the infrastructure build out at the border?
I think on the border is something that at least Mauro and I were from Monterrey, and we've seen this very closely because of the many industries that are based there, many companies that are based there. But when you go to the border, which we do often, there's something very clearly happening at the border, which is not only Mexico, it's Mexico and the US, it goes both ways. But there's no alignment, coordination, no investment in technology. And you see it when you see the lines of trucks that are going in and out. It's in the dozens of millions of dollars just standing there waiting. We did a project with the Mexican government called BUSEM, which was Ventanilla Única de Comercio Exterior. It was a program that digitized all of the imports and exports from the country in and out. So it expedited imports and exports. But when you see the physical infrastructure, it's just not there. Right? The lines, I remember 10, 15, 20 years ago, were probably a fraction of what they are right now. And it's incredible that as years go by, technology is there, advancements are there, we're not using them at the border. So, of course, as Alberto was saying, roads, energy, water, a lot of basic infrastructure, but I think there's something also at the borders that we need to fix.
Just to complement on the border component, David reminded me that currently the Colombia Bridge is currently undergoing a huge amount of investments on both sides of the border. Laredo is obviously a big bottleneck for the exports both sides. I think this type of investment in the Colombia Bridge which basically will allow for trucks to go and drive by without even stopping, just by having scans and all these type of things would enable and would foster that nearshoring will be more speedy in that regard, and it's already undergoing. So I see it in the next 1.5 years.
Ernesto?
Yeah, I agree with my three colleagues, and I should add that we should also think that today more or less 80% of our trade is by wheels. I mean, by road, train, right? But I think there's more opportunities to be developed by sea. I mean, we have ports in the Pacific Ocean and the Gulf of Mexico. And there's a huge opportunity for making good connections between, let's say, any port, Tuxpan, Veracruz, Coatzacoalcos, to New York City. We don't have to be stick on what it's most probably easier for some kind of products, but not necessarily for all of them. So I think there will be a huge opportunity for developing the infrastructure around ports.
Just as an example, we are already bringing aggregates from Canada to Florida and Mexico by ports, as an example for that.
Wonderful. I just want to briefly touch on one last topic, resiliency, which is especially important for critical technologies that democracies need to lead on for economic and national security reasons. Obviously, we share the same strategic and economic imperative to retain assured access to these key inputs, which they just recently spoke about on the semicon side. David, what are you seeing here? Can you talk about improving supply chain security in the North American semiconductor industry?
Okay, well, I'll try, but I think it's not only on the semiconductor industry. What we're seeing in terms of security from a technology standpoint, both physical and virtual security is something that many companies don't have a clear map to have that security in place, but it's something that has to be, right? We've seen many examples of what can happen in terms of data, in terms of bridges, in terms of just bridges. So it has to be part of the technological agenda. There has to be significant investments, at least to get to a certain level. But I think it's something that it's sadly in many industries and companies, it's not something that's at the top of the agenda of the C-level. It has to be, though. McKinsey has done many studies on this as well. But I would say that we're a little bit lagging behind in terms of the resiliency from a security standpoint.
Alberto, what are you saying?
I think when I graduated my master's degree in the US, there was this book, maybe you read, called The World is Flat by Thomas Friedman. I don't know if any of you read it, but it talked about how efficiency was a rule for supply chain, right? So it seems to be the case that we have to forget that we read that book and it's no longer valid, right? So now, right, it's resiliency. It's not about having local or close. It's about being resilient. It's about maybe not being very efficient in some cases, because there is a trade-off between resiliency and efficiency. Yeah.
Yes, I would set up in terms of resilience, I would emphasize 3 main points: food security, energy security, and water. And in the 3 of them, Mexico brings a lot to that equation. I think as previous speaker brought the Biden's quote, I agree that North America is the most competitive and resilient region in the world. And it's resilient because we have a very good communication among the 3 countries, because the region is blessed with plenty of energy, sources of energy. Anyone, any kind of energy is right here. Plenty of water, but not in the right place, but we have water. And of course, we as a region may guarantee food security as well. So I think those 3 elements are the pillars. And if we have the political will, our common understanding, I think the resilience is not guaranteed. Anything is not guaranteed 100%, but I wouldn't be afraid in that sense.
Wonderful. I want to leave some time for some questions and answers. So if anyone's interested in asking any of our panelists some questions, please just raise your hand.
One in the back.
This one in the back. Oh, yes.
about the certainties or maybe uncertainties. Most primary fear for humankind is the fear of the unknown, not knowing what's happening, environment, darkness, and see what's going on. How many of us can pass that fear now? The basis is the same, but we're afraid of other things. We're afraid of politicians and maybe taxes. And the thing is that for investors, we want to have certainties on where they're investing. So the economic landscape sounds very good. The numbers sound great.
If I don't have certainties about the political landscape, that can fear many investors. So my question is, how do you see the certainties or uncertainties in the political landscape in Mexico?
Happy to jump in. I think it's a very good question. There are many political uncertainties. I think that will happen and remain to be the case throughout human existence. That won't change. So just as an example, Alberto was highlighting that Tesla decided to go into the state of Nuevo León, Mexico, recently to build a gigafactory, $5 billion investment with all the economic spillover that has. And the communication with them was pretty much in the sense of your question. And the answer was, when we do this type of investments, it's not an investment that would last 5 or 10 years. It's an investment that is done on a very long-term horizon, no? So 20 to 30-year investment. And the political uncertainty that is going on perhaps today or in whatever country doesn't, in my view, doesn't hinder these type of investments. People are willing to invest with this risk as long as they get the return, right? So it's a matter of risk and reward. However, I do believe that things like what my colleagues have said earlier, like rule of law, these type of things, on insecurity and so forth, those are the things that really hinder the investments. So my view is that for nearshoring, the opportunities that we see and the big investments would not be affected as much by political uncertainty, but more so by insecurity and rule of law.
And probably something that we've seen, just like Mauro said about Tesla. I mean, we know all of the political uncertainties that are out there and the things that we don't like that's happening in the government. But at the end of the day, it's Tesla and it's dozens of companies per month announcing big investments in Mexico. So certainly what you're saying, it's companies are feeling very comfortable going into Mexico. So I think it's not a matter of if we're going to capitalize on nearshore. I think it's another side of the coin, which is how much we're going to capitalize on nearshore. I think even with those uncertainties, investments are coming in. Imagine if certain rules of law were there, that investment would be 2x, 3x, or I don't know, God knows how big. But I think it's going to be a big momentum and a big moment for Mexico and for the region. It could be even a little bit or some ways better if we had some certainties.
Ernesto,
Or
your
additional
thoughts on
certainties.
political
Yes. First of all, there's always risk, uncertainty, and volatility. Always. It happens before. It's happening today. So I think the good answer is, how are you dealing with risk, volatility, and uncertainty? What's your way of decision process to face those risks, the volatility, and uncertainty? And fortunately, I think technology, knowledge, communication are providing better ways of dealing with this environment. Actually, nearshoring, at least the way we are thinking about nearshoring today, is because there was some kind of risk, uncertainty, and a lot of volatility. So you have that environment, and then you say, what should I do? How should I face that environment? And I would say that more than the political risk, because at the end we share values, principles, democracy, many elements that are common ground for the three countries, Mexico, US, and Canada. I think the main risk is for things that are not known, like COVID-19. That poses a very important risk that at the beginning, we didn't know how to deal with it. So today, we are better prepared, we're more resilient to face even those elements. But I would say, don't be afraid of risk, uncertainty, and volatility. Most of us will have any kind of tolerance to risk, but the thing that you have to guarantee is that your decision process is the right one to face that environment.
Wonderful. I think we have time for 2 more questions. Yes, right there. Okay, so the question to everyone here on renewable energy manufacturing.
Yes, I think the opportunity is right there. And let me tell you that the main structural element is that the North American region is blessed with any kind of source of energy. And of course, if you want to go to renewables, you have also to guarantee that if in the technology something is not going the right way, or it's not bringing the amount of energy, the reliability of energy, you have a backup. And we do. So I think Mexico, if you think about aeolic energy, just go to Oaxaca, just go to the Ventosa, and you will see what energy is coming from wind. If you want to go to solar, I mean, you should compare just Arizona and the desert of Sonora. And there is the radiation there is one of the highest in the world. So if you want to solar panels, is right there. The thing is, if you go back to say, who is the one that will provide the elements of that technology, then there might be some opportunities as well to manufacturing in Mexico some of the key components.
Alberto, you have a background in sustainability. What are your thoughts on this?
No, Javier, I think if I understood your question correctly, you're talking about manufacturing, right? So I do think it's the case I know is solar panels. I'm not familiar with wind turbines and so forth. There is a huge opportunity, especially in the north, and it's a good example of the discussion we had on the value chain, right? So 15, 20 years ago, solar panels were made in Germany. These were very high tech, very skilled labor. Now they're almost a commodity, right? And that's good for Mexico because we can do that, and we can do that very efficiently. At the same time, I wish we could also attract the R&D side of that, right? But especially, for example, in the Laguna region and so forth, there's a huge opportunity.
Just to complement Kristen, I think that to put it in perspective, let me talk about Cemex. And Cemex has been doing progress in terms of its CO2 reduction targets. What we have been able to accomplish in the last 2 years, it's an 11% reduction on CO2 emissions. And that was done previously in 10 years. So the speed of change is gaining there, and the components are precisely what you're asking. It's clean electricity, it's alternative fuels, it's all this type of new energy efficiency that is taking place, and it's there to take advantage. So this will accelerate change also in terms of sustainability, not only in addressing income inequality, in my view, but also accelerating sustainability as well.
Wonderful. We have time for one quick question. The lady back there.
what the same last more what Alberto mentioned about that is being that strategy supply chain, given that, I think you mentioned board, like clients, overall infrastructure. Wanted to hear how much of that.
So I can react to that really quickly. At McKinsey, we do a survey of procurement officers of the world's largest organizations, right? And when we did in 2020, climate change was mentioned only on 21% of the cases as one of the factors for them to rethink their supply chain. In 2022, this is done every 2 years. In 2022, it was 60%, because COVID at the end, it's somewhat of a result of that. So I would say that it's becoming a huge thing, and I think it's actually a bigger trend than geopolitical stuff, right? Geopolitical stuff is likely to settle down in a few years, but climate change won't. So that's here to stay.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, panelists, for joining us today, and also thank you to Shearman Sterling for hosting us in this beautiful venue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kristen, and all the panelists. Just for a quick note, all our speakers and panelists will be around for the entire morning, so feel free to approach one of the panelists during the coffee break and just ask them for their questions. You all having in your tables some microphones. Just if you want to raise a question, just push the red button for everybody to hear the question. We're gonna move to our second panel on the automotive sector. It's gonna be a very interesting panel. And just a quick note on uncertainty. We at the US-Mexico Foundation, we work a lot on institutions. We believe that one of the solutions to uncertainty is to build strong institutions between our three countries. Institutions like the NatBank, institutions like the USMCA, institutions like the Agreement on Water, institutions like the High-Level Economic Dialogue. At the end, institutions give the investors a lot of certainty. We have institutions like the Water Agreement for 50 years. We have institutions like the NAFTA, now USMCA, for 30 years. That, I think, is the most valuable things that we have in our relationship. Institutions is part of the solution. So with that, I'll bring to the stage Jiménez Soto from GBM, moderator of this second panel. Thank you.
So good morning to everyone again. Thanks for being with us this morning. We've heard about the great Mexican moment that we believe we're living in. And we've heard about the heavy machinery, the fintech, and now we need to focus on the automotive sector, the North American engine. And for that, we have four expertise. Let me introduce you to Flavio Volpe, who's president of the Automotive Part Manufacturer Association. Thanks for being with us. To Marcelo Ortiz, leading business developer of NEMAC. Thanks, Marcelo. To Rogelio Orsate, head institutional affairs of General Motors Mexico. And to Jorge Marquez, chief commercial officer of Grupo México Transportes. And I want to start with Rogelio and Marcelo to start. With the USMCA and the nearshoring, how do you see the landscape evolving for OEMs and auto parts? Should we expect both an increasing production capacity of vehicles as well as automotive components in the near future?
Want to start?
Thank you. Yes, of course, definitely we see a continuous growth. And let me give you some examples of what GM, General Motors, is doing. And actually, we started doing since long time ago. In 2021, GM announced an investment in Mexico in our Ramos Arizpe plant. The investment was just for looking the production of electric vehicles, and we already started. We just started a few months ago with the production of the Blazer EV, and we are going to do the Equinox EV very soon. So the announcement that we did was more than $1 billion investment in Ramos Arizpe plant that was bringing to Mexico 2,700 new jobs. And of course, is deployed to the whole supply chain. To put you some numbers, of course, as well, GM in 2022, we were the biggest buyer of components and auto parts. We bought $28 billion just specifically for the suppliers that we do have. NEMAC, of course, is one of them. Grupo México is also one of them. And from those suppliers, in total, we have 620 tier one suppliers. From those, of course, the whole or their value chain is also growing. So definitely, we see a continuous growth. Currently, we are even working with different associations, with different chambers, with the Mexican government, of course, to bring even more suppliers. We see a complete development that is potentially going to happen in Mexico. And for those, we have done a complete analysis on this whole process, either for components that we are already buying in Mexico, but also need to increase the capacity. For example, some simple things like fasteners, if you will, in Mexico that we have already installed capacity, but we need to increase. But also with some other components that we have seen in Asia or in other parts of the world, like radios or telematics. Miriam was mentioning even PCBs, of course. PCBs are a very important component here in Mexico that we do see that we can grow. We have been working with those. And, in general, we see another 40, 50 new suppliers arriving to Mexico with that capability and how it's grown. So this is how we definitely see that, increasing capacity in Mexico is happening. It has already started since long time ago. And as I was mentioning to you, since 2021, we did this announcement.
Yeah, to complement your comment, Rogelio, I would add the following. Taking in two steps. The first one is regarding the current production of vehicles that are in the market today. When you look at the regional content of those vehicles, there is a substantial opportunity to localize content, particularly, although not exclusively, on Asian and European OEMs. Having said that, the issue is that in order to localize that content, there's a lot of investment that is required. And in many instances, the numbers really don't add up when you are halfway through the life cycle of a particular platform. So there are some opportunities, but really where we see the bulk of the nearshoring effect is going to be on the next generation of vehicles that coincide with the transformation into EVs. And in particular, it's a unique opportunity because supply chains need to be developed in order to to produce those vehicles, and we're in a great position right now in order to make that development. Just to put into perspective, currently the automotive production in Mexico is scheduled to be somewhere around 3.5 million. According to S&P, by the end of the decade, that will grow to roughly 4.5 million, and about 40% plus will be electric vehicles. So great opportunity, and as that localization of production of vehicles takes place, it will for sure drive the need for auto parts, which will bring opportunities for companies like Nemak.
Excellent. Well, most cars are transported like trains. So this question's for Jorge. What can you tell us about the railways in Mexico? And is Grupo México Transportes investing more on their capacity?
Sure. About all of finished vehicles that are exported from Mexico to the United States are transported by rail. And thank you for the question. Just a little background there. Most of us that are not directly related to the railroad industry would think that the 10,000 miles of railroad that there are in Mexico were built by Porfirio Díaz. The footprint was. But we in Grupo México Transportes invest $500 million into that infrastructure every year. In the first 5 years of the concession, we invested that in 5 years. It was about $100 million per year. That was 1997 to 2002. At the pace that the business has been growing, the exports have been growing after NAFTA, now USMCA, we invest that every year, $500 million every year. That's just us. So where does that capital go to? And again, railroads are a unique breed because we talked about a little bit about what kind of transportation infrastructure we might need for all this growth to actually happen. Because until we find a way to teletransport things, we're going to have to move them physically in this world, right? So this investment goes into rail because as a concession, railroads are unique. They're very different from ports, and they're very different from airports, and they're very different from highways. The latter three that I just mentioned, the investment has to come from the government. Governments build highways. Government builds airports. Governments do not invest in railroad in Mexico. We do. We, the concessionaires in Mexico, invest there. So we're free to reinvest as business grows, and that creates a unique opportunity for railroad infrastructure to grow. Now, it sounds very positive, and it is, but networks and transportation as a network is built out of nodes, terminals, and links, railways. These networks need to grow at the same pace as the demand on them, right? So we as railroad can invest in railroad terminals and in railways. But the private terminals, the OEM terminals, the part makers, sometimes they build their own private terminals that we can serve. And they're super experts in building what they do. They are super experts in making auto parts. They're super experts in making vehicles. Not all the time they realize that we need to grow with them to make that terminal efficient. And that transition, particularly in the automotive industry, has been great. It's been a partnership. That's why we've been able to grow at the pace they're growing, because they do bring us in for the long-term plans. So one of the questions that's been around and probably lingering there is, can infrastructure grow at the pace that this opportunity is growing or seems to be growing? And the answer to that is yes, it requires partnership. Fortunately, this partnership is already ongoing. It has been for the last 20 years, but we will be there for the next 20, I think.
Partnership, always important. Flavio, when we think about the nearshoring trend, we look at the North American region as a whole. How important is Mexico and Canada nowadays? And are you seeing more suppliers coming to the whole region and specifically to Mexico?
It's a good question, and I think I'm going to use an example here on the GM Equinox and Blazer to kind of explain where the Canadian part sector sees Mexico and versus maybe where Canada sees Mexico, and sometimes the national interest and the commercial interests are a little different. We make 1.5 million cars a year in Canada. So Mexico is already 2 million units bigger. So as Canadian entities, the companies that I represent, some of the biggest companies in the world, Magna, Linamar, Martin Rea, ABC, their growth is Mexico. Follow your customer to Mexico. Martin Rea is a great example. 18,000 employees, 9,000 in Mexico, 16 different plants. It's a very big Equinox Blazer supplier when Equinox and Blazer was made just outside of Toronto. General Motors decided that plant was going to be converted to commercial battery electric vehicle platform and moved Blazer and Equinox to Mexico. Well, for Canadian suppliers, following their customers is very important. And as we talk about nearshoring, Canadian suppliers, when the pandemic hit, in Canada, we have no domestic capacity on medical technology at volume. That's PPE, ventilators, etc. It was the Canadian auto parts sector that said, God, it's good that we've got factories and people, and maybe we can make these things. And so kind of came to the rescue of the Canadian government's interest there. But at the North American Leaders Summit in Mexico City earlier this year, and I was there as part of the Canadian delegation, all we talked about was supply chain security. That if we don't see this as a region, and we don't understand fully how important it is that the three countries are working together on the common commercial objective, which also becomes the prosperity and the security of the region, then we've got a problem. All three leaders are on the same page. We're in New York City, and I say this respectfully, the page is usually written by the Americans. And then we agree where we can agree. But the American interest flows almost so beautifully overlapped in Mexico in the automotive sector, and very much so in Canada, that it's easy for companies like that to turn around and say, okay, I'm a publicly traded company, I have access to capital. Canadian domestic output is not going to grow. Where's the best place for me to put our money? When we use a matrix of reliability, forecastability, and the security of the interests of our main trading partners. And Mexico has been for the last 20 years, and I think it will be much stronger for the next 10 years or so. The number one choice for Canadian auto parts companies to invest in expanded capacity. I'll leave you with one stat. About 100,000 people work in the sector in Canada. About 60,000 work for Canadian domiciled companies. Those Canadian domiciled companies are invested in Mexico to the point that we think in the next 10 years, there will be as many employees, Mexican employees of these Canadian companies in Mexico as there are in Canada.
Great. Let's move a little bit to electrification, and that goes with you, Rogelio. Can you share General Motors' strategy on electromobility and the benefits and challenges that a country like Mexico brings to a company like General Motors?
Sure, Jimena, thank you so much for the question. As you maybe already heard, GM has a vision of 0-0-0, which is zero crashes, zero emissions, and zero congestions. And during the zero emissions portion, of course, electrification is a huge part. To arrive to that vision, of course, we have targets by 2035, our offer is going to be completely electric, global-wise. Of course, each country will vary, subject to the public policies that are in place. But also by 2040, our complexes are going to be zero emissions, meaning all the renewable or the energy that we're going to use is going to be renewable in 2040. So with this vision in mind, with these targets, the electrification portion in Mexico is kind of divided in 5 pillars, if you will. The first one, of course, as we have created this strategy, is basically on the components that we are already designing and validating in Mexico. in one of our complexes in Toluca, we do have our regional engineering center where we design and validate some of these components that are related specifically to electric vehicles. Some of them are related to the nervous system of a vehicle, if you will, which are the harnesses. And we design them there and validate them. And also some other components like on interiors, carpets, door panels, and even aerodynamic components are validated. So that is the first pillar on this electrification strategy. The second one, of course, and I just mentioned this to you, is the manufacturing portion. We are already there. And I forgot to mention in 2021, even we just started the production of the Blazer EV, and we're going to start soon the production of the Equinox EV. Since 2021, we produce in Ramos the drive units, which are the engine motors, if you will, that are going into electric vehicles. We are already exporting those components into Detroit for the production of the Hummer EV, that, by the way, is approved in Mexico. So the manufacturing portion is huge, and I just mentioned to you what we do in terms of export. For example, in 2022, we arrived and we exported around 693,000 vehicles. We produced 740,000 vehicles in Mexico. So we were #1 in producing and exported in Mexico. So that is the second pillar, and of course, all the related supply chain that I just referred to. The third one, of course, is the commercialization of vehicles. One item is the production and the export that we do, but also what we do in the Mexican market, in the internal market, of course. And for that reason, we have approved several components. Our portfolio is going to be compounded of both technologies, meaning the ICEs, the internal combustion engine, but also the electric vehicles. And for that reason, we are currently offering the Volt CUV that you probably know. We have approval for commercializing, of course, the Blazer EV that is coming in 2024, the Equinox that is coming in 2024 as well, and the Lyriq that is about to be launched, Cadillac Lyriq in Mexico, as well as the Hummer electric vehicle, the GMC version. And also, just recently, we also launched the BrightDrop brand in Mexico, which is the electric vans that are going to be for the last mile delivery, and that is already there in Mexico, already launched. And for that, of course, we do have a complete dealer network, and specifically for EVs, we have already identified 20 Chevrolet EV related, just specifically located in Mexico in very strategic cities and states, and also 18 Cadillac or luxury dealers. And for that, we have already 38. So that is the third pillar that is related to commercialization. And of course, the fourth one that is very important and something that we have worked with the federal government and the local governments are the public policies that we need in place. So the public policies are very important. Some of them, just to name a few for you, of course, are related to circular economy. That is very important in Mexico to happen. And the circular economy regulation should step 10 steps or should move up 10 steps. Not only for plastic or small components, but also for batteries, of course. The recyclable batteries on having the battery reused or used in another appliances or being disposed. And that is growing a lot. And like that, some others like, the mining portion. Mining is very important in Mexico, and we do believe that mining is a huge opportunity here. And of course, we need to have a very good regulation as well as fuel economy and so on, you name it. So public policies are very important as well. We have worked with several government dependencies, of course, in this electrification of transport strategy. And of course, we need to implement it as soon as possible. And the last one, the last pillar is, of course, the human capital. And for that, Mexico, as mentioned by Miriam in the presentation that she did, is very important. We consider that this is huge in Mexico. We do have very good engineers, and of course, the STEM degrees are very important, are related to mathematics, data analytics, engineering. And of course, and the most important thing that we're promoting in GM is to have more female talent in those degrees in Mexico, and we can expand. So that is the strategy in general. a complete one with those 5 pillars, and that's what we're doing already. Yeah.
Thanks for the details. And moving back to Jorge, we've heard all this growth going on the sector. What are the key moves do you believe it need to be done for the logistic to enable this growth to go on farther in the years ahead?
Well, let me pick up on sustainability, then to move on the opportunities and how to capitalize on that. One of the things that in inland transportation, particularly railways, not many people would know is that the railway is 75% more fuel efficient than the auto transport. So that's like our little participation there. Every time you move a truck from the highways into the railways, you're saving 75% of carbon equivalent emissions. So by virtue of converting highways into railways, you're reducing that by 75%. Now, tagging along, and in the particular sector that we're talking about, which is automotive, funny how all finished vehicles exported from Mexico to the United States are transported via railways. Less than 3% of the auto parts are. And that is huge, because out of the number one export of Mexico is finished vehicles. The number two is auto parts. And we only handle 3% via railway. So by virtue of capitalizing on that opportunity, moving it from the highway into a railway, it's not only good business, it's not only smart business, it's also sustainable, because it reduces 75% of emissions. And moving a little bit away from this panel, the third export is fresh and frozen. And that one, the railway participation is near to zero. So again, going back to sustainability, mode transportation plays a huge role, as one of the panelists was mentioning. Only 3 or 5 years ago, procurement organizations had less than 20% top of mind sustainability, whereas now it's 60%. And it's becoming a big ally into this transformation. So in order to capitalize on the opportunity, we need to be sustainable. We also need to think about enablers. I just mentioned that the railway invests in its own infrastructure, but we cannot neglect that connections in between the region are super important. And one of the key connections is the border. Now, again, we've been working on this for quite some time. The automotive industry they have their own equivalent of the global entry. As automotives go into the United States, they don't stop at the border. It's called line release. Interestingly enough, auto parts going into Mexico and out of Mexico into the region have the same treatment. A lot has to be said about expanding those type of efforts into different areas. Almost all grains imported into Mexico come from the United States, and every single train needs to be stopped at the border. So you go from 0% stopped at the border because regulation and enablers allow it, to certain other commodities where all of them need to be stopped at the border for authority interaction. Fortunately, here in automotive, it's not the case. We have line release, we have global entry, free flow. It's not the case for heavy industry manufacturing. It's not the case for appliances. It's not the case for a lot of things that need to be expanded into this type of program. So those enablers are there. We need to keep on working with amongst ourselves in the private sector, but also with regulators and law enforcers. There's also the fact that these nodes at the border need to be worked on, expanded. Investment need to happen. I get the same feedback from customers at the Nogales border that was just mentioned in the last conversation. Trucks there take 12 hours to get across. That's super inefficient. That the cost of capital there is crazy. So we need, at the border, we need better border solutions. Processes are part of it, but infrastructure is also part of it. So investment there either needs to happen or the private sector needs to be allowed to invest there. And so that's going to be an ongoing conversation for this opportunity to happen. And the faster we get there, the more we are going to be able to realize the opportunity, the sooner. Ports is the exact same thing as borders. They have different challenges, but there are things that are mind-blowing. Like Manzanillo is the biggest port in the Mexican Pacific. It doesn't have an automotive terminal because it was so constrained that it needed to choose between moving vehicles and moving containers. That's not even a choice. You should be able to do both and then more, right? The port of Altamira had to become a secondary gateway to the port of Veracruz because the port of Veracruz was also saturated for finished vehicles. For the pandemic that we all endured, it taught us many hard lessons. One of the hard lessons that we learned is that reliability and resiliency come also from optionality. And that we didn't have in our networks. And we've been quickly developing that optionality. So when borders get congested, then you move on to ports. And that is what we discovered, what we found, and what we're solving as we go. So I think this opportunity is going to be huge, and we can't even fathom how fast we can realize it. But it's going to be a matter of creativity, how fast we can think of the solutions that provide resiliency and optionality for that network security.
Thank you. And coming back to you, Flavio, what are the challenges or the threats that you're seeing for the sector in our country? Can you tell us a little bit about if you think we're going to be able to build resilient supply chains? And can you talk about the rules of origin? Are we going to be able to deal properly with those?
Emilio knows I could go on this for 2 hours and no one's going to want to hear about that, but I'll use an example here. North America is competing with China. I think part of the reason we're having this nearshore moment is that we've shifted the dial on what's important from when the world was flat. In dealing with and competing with China, you're dealing with a very versatile competitor that has access to capital and different treatment of capital, a 4,000-year arc. While most of us are market-driven, some of us are publicly traded. Many of us have to appease analysts and boards, and have to deliver for customers, and actually have to pay people to do the work fairly and their suppliers. And so I'll answer the Mexico element as I see it humbly from Toronto by explaining the challenge we have in Canada. Well, we'll make 1.5 million cars a year instead of 3.5. Canada's having this moment where we're going to be the battery supplier to the world. We're according to Bloomberg NEF, we're number 2. But these are relative numbers. There's number 1 at China in terms of the critical minerals required in this electrification, and then there's probably 15 empty spots in Canada. And we've got a lot of stuff in the ground, and we've got to figure out how to raise the capital to take it out of the ground at a profit and get it to places that we need it. So we're courting a lot of battery manufacture in Canada, and we've been successful with a few OEs. The vehicles, of course, are going to be manufactured mostly in southwestern Ontario, which looks like Detroit, or down the railways into Mexico. So as we try to figure out how we're going to get this stuff out of the ground, at a profitable level, because these are not charities, and we don't have a centrally planned economy. We're having a very hard look at what M&A law is in Canada. The Investment Review Act is overseen by the Minister of Industry, and every year any activity over a set threshold goes to him or her for a final sign-off. That threshold is usually something material like $700 million. And so we're using that Investment Review Act to filter Chinese state-owned enterprise acquisition of mining assets in Canada. You can only filter them in the moment of a merger or acquisition action. If you buy land, I shouldn't use names here, but there's a very important mine in Quebec that is a very important customer, a supplier for customers like the ones who are sitting here at the table. And they're having issues in raising capital, but they're market issues. They're also encircled by Chinese ownership of other properties. So immediately understanding that the sophistication of the Chinese competition with North America is, we'll plan 30 years ahead and we'll put barricades in place that don't need a market return. This is a very difficult debate in Canada because we need the capital to get this stuff out of the ground. And so John Paulo, who is our general counsel sitting here with me, he and I have direct conversations with the White House on how we can help inform an energy security strategy that allows the American interest to source its critical minerals in Canada and do that in a way that also respects the rule of law that we have, that's open. So we look at it that way in Canada, and as Canadian suppliers making volume goods in Mexico, we're concerned that Mexican state-owned enterprises who do not have a market return expectation, they have a market acquisition expectation, are seeing the FDI opportunity in Mexico and saying, oh, well, we'll invest it. We'll employ Mexicans and we'll buy our raw materials locally and we will be USMCA compliant. OEs, not this one, have been saying, oh, well, let's take our supply chain in Mexico, in China, and encourage those Chinese suppliers to set up in Mexico. By the way, a very sophisticated look at the legal structure says you cannot block FDI. And by the way, I'd hate to be a governor of a state or a premier of a province that says, please don't bring $1 billion here and 2,000 jobs. Because unlike in China, they have to see their stakeholders and their shareholders once every 4 years, once every 2 years, once every 6 years. Very tough. The Chinese are very smart, understanding that difference. The challenge we're going to have as we compete with China in this fortress North America, inside of this new USMCA, that is actually being administered by the successor administration here, who I keep on forever, is that you have to look at China within. And if the legal structure doesn't allow you to defend against FDI, you have a problem. By the way, you have a problem because we have the same problem in Canada. And then number two is we grow North America, or we try to defend against China because the world is no longer flat. Chinese aren't sitting and waiting and watching. Well, hit that ball back to me and then I'll see at what speed it comes and try to hit it to you. They're on the other side of the fence with us. They are blowing fans so that the ball doesn't go straight, it goes this way. And we have to be very sophisticated in our response. And our democratic institutions, our main commercial covenants, and our rule of law does not allow us the flexibility to respond as quickly. So we have to make less mistakes. And a mistake for me, if we sit here 20 years from now and say, how much Chinese investment in Canadian mining interests have come in the last 20 years? And how many Chinese investments in Mexican volume capacity have come in the last 20 years? And the Americans sometimes are awake to it. Certainly American industry is awake to it. I'm not sure the American administration has prioritized that because they're going to have a moment of their own in 2024 that is very challenging.
I think many of you agree here with us. Well, let's go back to the automotive components and to you, Marcelo. Nemak is one of the largest tier 1 suppliers in the world with a leading market share on powertrain components and a growing one on electric vehicle components. We've heard about the challenges in some areas, but I want to hear about the benefits that Mexico has and the nearshoring effect has for Nemak. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, certainly, Jimena. Thank you for the question. And I tend to be more of an optimist, but I do see very significant opportunities for Nemak and for the auto parts industry in North America in the coming years. In particular, for Nemak, I would highlight a few things. So the first one is that we already have a very extensive footprint in the region. We have 18 plants in North America, 12 of them in Mexico, 6 of them in the US, and this allows us to be the incumbent and to be very close to our customers. But assets by themselves are only a partial portion of that. We have the talent that makes those assets mean anything. And we have developed a very strong workforce over decades of not only attracting talent and retaining them, but also in developing that talent through multiple programs, either from the technical talent in our facilities to our engineering talent that support research and development and supports design and engineering activities that allows us to put forth a complete suite of solutions for our customers. By the way, not only for their current generation of vehicles with combustion engines, but also on the new generation of electric vehicles, where we have secured contracts that exceed $1.7 billion in annual revenue. And we expect that to continue growing in the coming years. I would also highlight that as a global company with a footprint in most major automotive hubs, we have decades-long relationships with OEMs from around the world. And that allows us to be at the table with early involvement as they seek solutions for the next generation of vehicles. So we have a seat at the table in helping them develop the solutions for their new generation of vehicles that need to have a reduction in their weight requirements that allow them to have greater range and better drivability and so forth. So I do believe that we are looking into a bright future in North America for the coming years, obviously with challenges, as Flavio pointed out. As more localization comes and provides more opportunities for companies like Nemak, it will also mean that auto suppliers will have competition. But if you have the right assets, the right people, the right culture, and you're centered around finding solutions for your customers, I think you're pretty much in a good position.
Thank you, Marcelo. Well, is there anyone who would like to ask something to our panelists? Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mayra from Carnegie Mellon. So as a student, I would like to ask if there is something that I've seen here in the US, but nothing that's as much in Mexico, and that's the link between company and academia. So in that case, how deep or how much do you plan to rely on academia as well? Because something that I like from here is that we are working in optimizing supply chain, decarbonization, public policy, and it's good to see it or to be applying these things here, but I would like to see also being applied in Mexico. So do you plan to rely in academia, not just here with academic institutions from here, but also with academic institutions from Mexico? I don't know if you can go deeper a little bit on that, because you mentioned something that I would like to know more. Thank you.
Sure, I can jump in if you like. Yes, of course. I just mentioned during the whole pillars of electromobility, this item of human capital. And of course, for that, we are working with several institutions in Mexico, either public or private, with El Politécnico Nacional, of course, La UNAM, and some others like the Tec de Monterrey. What we are looking and pushing with them is, of course, to increase the number of women or female talent into STEM degrees again. But also to our collaborators. We work with some other institutions like ONALEP, of course, where even we are, in many cases, donating equipment to them for them to do the training and reviewing the programs that we do have, specifically with some other associations that we belong as GM, despite what I'm saying, just specifically GM Actions, but also with some other associations. We are working with them to develop this human capital process. In GM, we do have several ways to manage this. For example, we have many students that are working in our yards. I was part of an internship program. I have already 25 years working for GM. I know that I look younger than 25 years already working in the company, but in general, those internships are key for doing kind of a dual work and studying at the same time. And for that, we already have plans in place. We have been saying to the academy as well, for them to understand that a key portion, we have very good engineers coming from these institutions, but one opportunity is, for example, something as simple as English. English is something that we need to promote in Mexico, and we need to leverage and increase in Mexico. So as that, also working with University of California. The University of California is working with us with Alianza as well to generate this document and program to execute what are the recommendations for the electrification of transport in Mexico. And of course, we are working together with them as well in this sense. So a lot of initiatives that are happening right now and that we continue pushing in Mexico in that sense.
I would also like to add that on the auto parts sector, that also happens as well. In the case of NEMAC, we've been working closely with universities in Mexico, again, both private and public, Tec de Monterrey, UDEM, University of Nuevo León, but also providing funding to technical schools to develop the technical talent in the market. In addition to that, not only in Mexico, but we're also working with academic institutions in countries like Germany, the US, and Canada, and that serves as synergistic approach where we are taking know-how and pollinating from different parts of the world. So, but we very much benefit and provide value back to those academic institutions we work with.
Hello, a question about how the use ally sharing group is going to behave with other countries in Latin region. For instance, Canada is a very good country with minerals, with big minerals mining that are very important for the construction of electric automobiles. The biggest commercial partner in Latam for every country, almost every country, is China for Latam countries. How are you going to behave with other Latam countries if they're going to get excluded with this block, or are they going to get included in this block, and maybe they will have some synergy for instance, with copper or lithium companies in Latam with the market in the US, Mexico, and Canada market?
Let me say something to that, as we recently had a meeting with Janet Yellen and Chrystia Freeland on this idea that I think in that order, this nearshoring, this allyship idea has been germinating. And on that specific idea, you know, what we've done what they said, what we've done in the past is the West. They say, this is where our moors will move, and we will judge you on your moors, regardless of where you are in your stage of industrialization. And that has failed the West. That has failed the American interest. That has failed the Canadian interest. That will fail the Mexican interest. That we are much more integrated than we say in binary terms when we talk about these things. And that the Chinese have done very well at investing in places that needed investment, that are in our hemisphere, that are our partners. And that for the nearshoring, ally shoring, whatever concept Washington will drive and that we will support, we have to have a very realistic approach to those countries and those regions that are that have partnered with Chinese and related interests in building key infrastructure, in building up their institutions. And we cannot say to them, by the way, choose us or them. We have to find within our capacity on our balance sheets, when we're talking about public balance sheets, to try to replace that Chinese capital if we're imploring people to abandon it. And that interest. And we have to also accept that it may not happen. That the experience that we should learn from is the experience in Africa. That after the Cold War, the American sphere, and very much includes Canada, abandoned that effort for industrialization. Well, it's been filled. And it's been filled in a way that has satisfied the domestic interest there. I am very optimistic about what we can do in North America. I do think that we need to remember that we're not making the same effort to take domestic market share from the Chinese or within their sphere. And so we can't be naive about it. And what you're highlighting is maybe the central point in our naivete. In those regions that exist between the spheres, we cannot moralize. They have to feed people. They have to build infrastructure. They have to build industry. They have to build their educational institutions. And the Chinese know that. They're very smart. I mean, we wouldn't be talking about them if they weren't. So they've provided that capital and helped to develop South America, Central America, Canadian mining interests. And I think leadership, both industrial, commercial leadership, and political leadership, has to have a completely different outlook to what a win looks like, because none of them will be binary. How much gray do you want? And how much gray, like my hair, are you willing to carry around? There will be no black and white.
Anyone else?
Hi, thank you for having this panel. We've seen a very decent run of the Mexican peso, and I think the impact on the currency strength is relevant for your industry. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. Is it competitive to have a 17 peso or not? How are you dealing with this? Thank you.
Yeah, I would say definitely. In the past, of course, we were exposed to FX in general. Right now, it's a favorable situation for Mexico, definitely. Even a point in time, I must say, that we were looking to change our contracts into Mexican pesos just to avoid that FX exposure that we used to have. So right now, with the parity as it is right now, the FX and the 17 pesos per dollar right now is of course something positive for the economy and how we are doing business in the country.
And I would add
it depends on where you stand in terms of the trade, whether you like it or not. But the fact of the matter is that it's here, and who knows how long it's going to last. But companies need to find a way to deal with the circumstances that we're operating in. So if you don't benefit, then do something about it. But we can't expect that there will be an active management of the exchange rate, maybe like it happened decades ago, or that some other countries happen. I mean, we have a free floating exchange rate that will move as supply and demand goes. And at least for the time being, there seems to be strong demand for pesos. So we need to adapt in order to ensure that we are able to manage as an industry the exchange rate where it's at. Be flexible for when it changes.
You know who doesn't worry about that is the Europeans. And we've constantly have a conversation. It's a in the shadows. A common currency in North America, is that a good idea? And I mean, I have two hats. As a commercial player, right? Please take your hat off and you say you've got sovereign countries that have as much as we have in common and much of direction and a worldview that we have in common. You want to maintain your own monetary policy, but it does make us less competitive against the Europeans, who we're talking about China, but part of our nearshore interest in Fortress North America is the Europeans have the same interests. They have a set of tools and a balance sheet that they're able to bring to bear. They don't worry about currency. I say this as a Canadian, where we watched the dollar go from 65 cents to $1.03 in a 20-year span, which was like a wrecking ball against our manufacturing interests for the longest time. And sometimes the government says, let me use the fiscal policy to even some of that out. I mean, you go bankrupt doing that. But I will say that if you're having conversations about the rise of the peso, it does say something about the confidence that foreign investors and consumers have in Mexican goods and services, and taking the purchaser's interest out of that is a good reflection on the rise of the country and the validity of it as a player at the biggest tables on the planet.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank our four panelists for being here today with us. And thanks everyone for listening. I hope you enjoy the next panels as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
In your seats. ¿Es este o este? Diles que ya pongan la presentación.
Sí, en cuanto se suba ya le dijeron, le prenden.
Okay, guys, we're gonna start this second part of the session. We're gonna have two presentations from state governments in Mexico, and we're gonna have a third panel on certainty and infrastructure. And so we're gonna start with a presentation from Ivan Rivas, the Secretary of Economic Development in Nuevo León. Nuevo León is, as most of you know, one of our border states, and it now represents most part of the nearshoring investment coming to Mexico. So we invited Secretary Rivas to make a presentation of 20 minutes, and then after that, he will join us also in the panel on certainty and infrastructure. Welcome, Ivan.
Hi, Enrique. Thank you very much. Thank you to GBM. Thank you also for the U.S.-Mexico Foundation for having me here. And it's a pleasure being here to talk a little bit about what's going on in Nuevo León. Right now in Nuevo León, we're living an economic era that we have not lived before. I say that it's a wave that it's passing through and that we have to take advantage of it. We're surfing it, and if we don't take advantage, it can pass. So it's very important to be a part of it and to be a part of what's happening in Nuevo León. We are convinced that Nuevo León is the best place to invest in Mexico. And some of the numbers that I will share with you give this reference. It's not only that we say that the nearshoring is happening, it's the numbers that are reflecting that this nearshoring is actually something that we are living and we are really experimenting. So some economic overview, I will go briefly into these slides, but something very important is that the 11% of all the manufacturing GDP of Mexico is produced only by 4% of the population. That reflects how productive, how competitive the human capital in Nuevo León is. The second statistic says that Nuevo León is 78% higher GDP of the rest of the country. So we are a state of middle class, we are a state of productive and working people. And that's really important because it has caused this environment that is ready to bring all of these companies. This is not new. The nearshoring is not new for Nuevo León. It has happened for more years. It has really grown in the last 4 or 5 years. But there has been more than 100 years of entrepreneurial work, of companies changing how things are done in Nuevo León, and have all of this has created an environment of entrepreneurialism, an environment of productivity. So that's what created all of this instance for companies to come to see Nuevo León as a different place to invest. Foreign direct investment is one of the things where we can more see how this is going. Every week we can open a foreign company. I would say that it will be a Mexican or a foreign company, that transnational companies are having an expansion or a new investment each week. So this is the dynamics in which we're living. It's a really dynamic moment in which we have all of this announcement each week in which we are doing. So a little bit of what we have been doing in these 2 years. These 2 years of administration has been what we have been working. And I can tell you that this stat really reflects how we had more than 164 projects that have been confirmed, and that represents more or less $25 billion. So that's the magnitude of the nearshoring we're living. And also very important, I like to talk about new investments and expansion. It's almost 50-50, But the expansions, I really like them because our companies that have been already growing, have been already working in Nuevo León, and they have found all of they need, the human capital, the facilities, the infrastructure, so they keep on growing. So expansions are very important, and all of these representing more than 110,000 jobs. So Mexico is growing with its projects, it's growing with its investment, and it's creating a lot of new jobs. This is an interesting statistic about how Nuevo León, and it's done about the absorption of land. The absorption of land that it's now being done in Nuevo León is 76% of the whole absorption of new land for these days is coming, of the new nearshoring is coming to Nuevo León. So of all the country, the absorption of the 67% is coming to Nuevo León. That's an interesting stat about how really nearshoring is happening. Something important for Nuevo León is that we have been always looking for manufacturing and industry. That's our backbone, that's our DNA, and that's really important for us. But now we're going out to the world, we're looking to diversify our sectors. We're looking to new sectors. We're looking to information technology, to artificial intelligence, to cybersecurity, to electromobility. We had a really young governor, Samuel Garcia, which will send his regards. And he's telling us to look to the future, to change our mindset so we can really bring this nearshoring, but of new sectors. So that's what we're doing. We're going abroad. We're looking for new sectors. And I think the information technology and the electromobility side are really working well. So we're bringing new companies, technological companies, Siemens, Foxconn, Quanta. Quanta Computers is the one in the middle, and is the one that makes the brains of the Teslas. So we're bringing these new companies, these new futuristic companies to Nuevo León and to change how industrial and manufacturing things are going. Also, another important statistics are the exports. We can see how exports have been growing in Nuevo León. These have been growths of 21%. And if we can see these stats for the first quarter of 2023, we can see that we continue growing in an annualized base. I would say that it's 53 billion compared to the 51 billion. Now we're in 53 billion. So the exports keep on growing, and that's really helping and being a reflection of all of this nearshoring coming to Nuevo León. So foreign direct investment is happening. Exports are happening, and all of these reflect in the job creation. And it's important what's happening in Nuevo León because it's becoming the #1 of job creation in the whole country. As we can see here, Nuevo León is #1, and by a lot, to other states of the country in what it's formal jobs. So just to give you a little bit of dimension of this number, last year in 2022, we produced 77,000 jobs. Only in January to July, we already created 70,000. So definitely we're gonna break the number of jobs created. For this year, we're gonna be about 85, 86,000 or more. So definitely these things are the reflection of how we are growing, things are being evolving, and we are creating new jobs, because one of the main missions of the Ministry of Economy, which I represent, is to create more and better jobs. And another part of the presentation I would like to talk to you about is why is Nuevo León, why Nuevo León is bringing all of these people from abroad? What are they seeing in Nuevo León? And definitely we think is 4 main elements that they are looking, and it's being close to the United States. It's our great human capital, it's the infrastructure we have, and it's the security. So it's really important that we can see these 4 elements in detail so we can check what the people from abroad are seeing. The proximity to the United States, well, we all know that Nuevo León is just south of Texas, and we have a small border of about 9 miles. but this border is becoming a very productive and very efficient border. It was not being used for a lot of time, but now it's becoming one of the main borders to the United States. And we are connected to the main roads in the United States, connected directly to I-35, which is the road that crosses all of the United States, and to other states in Nuevo León. Nuevo León is really connected throughout Mexico and to the United States. Direct flights to plenty of the cities in the United States, also to Europe, and that make a hub of connectivity for all of the trips, for all of the investors that want to go to Nuevo León. And also a little bit about how close we are to all of the ports. At the end, it's a summary of how Nuevo León is a really connected state, and it's easy to make logistics, and it's easy to get all of the inflow coming from the imports and then getting all of the merchandise produced to export easily to the United States. That's the first part, being close to the United States. And the second part, and I think that it's one that foreigners like better and seek and pay more attention, has to do with our human capital. Human capital in Nuevo León is one of our key and most important assets. And we said that we have plenty of human capital, and that's what people from abroad are seeing. People from other countries are lacking this human capital, and we can say that we are creating the best engineers, the best technicians in the world, real capable, real productive, real competitive. And that for me is a reflection of how companies come to Nuevo León, how they find this human capital, and how they continue growing. So we can say that in 3 years, we created more than 50,000 engineers. That's a lot of engineers working for the new companies that are coming from abroad. Also, something very important are technicians. Technicians are right now becoming a very important part of the value chain, and we graduate more than 21 technicians each year. And also, we have 4 of the main universities of Latin America that we really think they are the ones of the best of Latin America. We have private universities, public universities, but all of them make a hub that really can create what the productivity of the companies that come from abroad are really deciding. Like we said, there's plenty of human capital. There's something that we have been working on, because there's a small gap between what the new companies that are coming are having this gap with the offer of these universities, but we're working on that gap. We're working together with the universities on reskilling programs, on specialization programs, so when they graduate, they have this gap already closed. So that's what we're working a lot with universities and companies, so they have or can be at the same level. So we're closing this gap together with the Ministry of Education, with the Ministry of Labor, to make all of the productivity that the people need, all the qualifications they need when they come out of the university. Something important also has to do with infrastructure. We have more than 240 industrial parks ready to receive all of these companies and make it really easy for them to land in Nuevo León. These parks have all of the facilities, electricity, gas, water, so they're ready just to receive the companies and make it a really soft landing for them to be in this. So industrial parks are really important. We have a research and development park where if the companies want to open the research and development facilities, this is a state-owned park, so we can have the land for them and we can make a concession for more than 100 years. So it's kind of free land for research and development facilities, which we are really making this happen, because it's not only about production, but it's also about the research and development. Something important about infrastructure, and we talked a little bit about it before, has to do with the Port of Colombia. We are modernizing our port, and something important that I want to show in this slide is how we are having a double revision clearance process. Right now, in any border, you have to have your clearance in Mexico and your clearance in the United States. Well, in Colombia, we have make this together. So the Mexican authorities go to United States and together they have a single revision so things can be really more efficient. Normally in other, specifically with our competition port, which is Laredo, you can last 4 to 5 hours to cross. Now the Columbia Bridge is 5 to 20 minutes. So this is becoming really efficient. People are starting to see. Before it was used only for fresh produce because of the agility of how these things happen. It was used for fresh products, but now companies, manufacturing companies are seeing how efficient it is and are using it also. So the Columbia Bridge is becoming one of our main assets also for all of these exports that the nearshoring is bringing. It became the agri-food port of #1 in Mexico. It has increased its floats in light cars and cargo cars. It has increasing its recollection, becoming the second most important port. And we have a master plan. We definitely think that we have to make this port, but together with a highway master plan. Infrastructure, it was said in some of the previous panels, have to do together to make this nearshoring happen. So that's what we're doing in Nuevo León. We're creating this nearshoring infrastructure together with the Columbia Bridge to make it faster, to make it safer, to make it better, but also connecting it with other roads, which is very important. I would like to highlight these here, the blue and the red highways. They're gonna be highways that are connecting the main metropolitan area to the border. So they are gonna be direct highways, free highways that will take all of the merchandise. So everything, it's really easy to go to the north and bring things to the south. This is important because right now, to export, you have to go through Laredo, through Tamaulipas, which is our border neighbor, and then go to Laredo. In this case, what we're planning is that everything stays in Nuevo León because of security issues. Everything stays in Nuevo León and goes directly to our port, to this Columbia Bridge, which, like we say, we are modernizing it. We're making it from 8 to 16 lanes. So it's really important, the modernization of this Columbia Bridge. We have secured some different lanes, the Tesla lane, the John Deere lane, the BMW lane, and that all has to do with this dual inspection program in which we can make more efficient the passing of the merchandise because we're helping them in a specific way. So yes, Tesla lane is kind of merchandising, but we're doing it with other companies to help them, their immigration process to be really efficient and to be going really fast. So this is the highway network. Maybe the two green in the top would be the most important ones. The Gloria Colombia on the green, on the dark green is the one, and the one on the left, which is #1, which also will be ready soon. Something that we were saying is how close we are to the United States, the infrastructure that we have, and the human capital. But something also important has to do with security. Nuevo León is one of the most secure states in Mexico. This is not said by us, this is said by the US Embassy that classify the states depending on some of the colors. So Nuevo León is a state that it's in green. That means that you can go and visit. That means you can do investments in. So that's really important of how Nuevo León is classified. So it's something really important for people that come from abroad, how secure is Nuevo León because of all the noise that it's being done outside our country about security in Mexico, etc. Well, Nuevo León is a state that is really protected, in which we're working a lot in security, and which we're investing a lot. Some success cases I would like to talk about specifically the Nuevo León 4.0, which is our main industrial 4.0 organization, in which we are definitely looking forward and seeing how digital structures, digital sectors are being included in the industry in Nuevo León. Like I said, it's not only about manufacturing and industry, it's including new sectors to it. And we work together with Nuevo León 4.0 to make all of this technology involved in all of the new sectors that we're working on. So it's very important that Industrial 4.0 is included in all of what we're doing. There's more than 4,200 companies from abroad that have called Nuevo León to be their home place. So we have companies from the auto sector, from the home appliance sector, from IT softwares. Most of these logos are and can be really known by you, and they're important of how they are being in Nuevo León, how they are being keep on growing. So these are important for us of how happy they are working in Nuevo León. And also we have some aerospace, some food and beverage, and other type of companies. So we have plenty of companies. 40% of the 500 more important Forbes companies had already some presence in Nuevo León. That's the importance of Nuevo León, and that's the importance of how the economy of Nuevo León is becoming, of having 40% of the most important Forbes companies being present in Nuevo León. Some of these success stories, I'm not gonna go one by one, but I would just touch them, which I was Mondelez, which makes the Chips Ahoa in Doreos, the Lego story that we all know, Mattel, Polaris, Ternium, and I could say also Carrier, which is another AC company. All of these companies, what they have in common is that they have their biggest footprint in the world in Nuevo León. So the biggest factory in the world is in Nuevo León, and they had told us that is because we had found and all we need, all of the productivity we need, all of the competitivity we need, and the most interesting thing is that they keep on growing. So that's, I think, a confidence, a boost of confidence to what we're doing in Nuevo León, having their most important assets in Nuevo León, largest footprint, and continue to be growing. And a little bit of what we were talking about before, of how Nuevo León is looking to new sectors, have to do recently with what we have been doing in electromobility. Nuevo León is becoming an electromobility hub, and it's not only because of our new Tesla Gigafactory announcement, which was really an important item for us, but also it's not only about Tesla, it has also to do with all of the companies that are coming together with them. Right now, before Tesla announced, we already had 60 electromobility suppliers that were working with the Tesla plant in Austin, and we are definitely thinking that this will triple the amount of suppliers that we're gonna have in Nuevo León, and that will create this electromobility hub. The suppliers, the big OEMs, Kia is also gonna make their electromobility cars in Nuevo León. So definitely we're becoming this important electromobility hub and making all of the sectors and all of the suppliers and all of the different companies to come to Nuevo León to invest in this electromobility. Something important, and it's not only everything, has to do everything with work, it's also had to be with quality of life, have to be that Mexico is one of the top destinies for expats. When we talk to expats that live in Monterrey, they are really enjoying their life in Monterrey, and that's also has to do with them being happy, them being productive. So that's also something important. And quality of life in Nuevo León. In Nuevo León, we'll be hosting the 2026 World Cup, and we can have a lot of new things that there were not available in Nuevo León 10 years ago. But Nuevo León has evolved in a really good way. Now we have museums, we have plenty of restaurants, we have events each year, we have concerts. So definitely Nuevo León is also a place where people can have fun, work a lot, have fun, and in the end, be a very productive and competitive economy. So at the end, that was what I wanted to talk to you about, remembering the 4 things of why companies are coming to Nuevo León, being close to the United States, their human capital, infrastructure, and something very important, security. So thank you very much, GBM. Thank you very much, United States-Mexico Foundation. It will be a pleasure, and thank you very much for having us here.
We invite Denise Filauro, our moderator, and we invite our speakers, Javier, Emilio, Daniel, David.
Good morning, buenos dias. My name is Denise Filauro, and I'm a principal at Pelequia International. It's a boutique financial advisory firm focused on strategic advisory and fundraising in and out of Latin America. It's my pleasure to introduce our esteemed panel here today. Minister Ivan Rivas, of course, he needs no further introduction, as we just heard him present on Nuevo León. David Puente, to my further right, is a partner at the Bashan Law Firm. He focuses on labor, employment, and social security matters, and is based in Monterrey. Emilio Cadena, here to my right, he's the CEO of Prudenza, who supports foreign companies and investors in the manufacturing sector, looking to expand globally, and in particular in Mexico. And then last but not least, Javier Yaca. He's the COO of Fibra Monterrey, a real estate investment trust, or REIT, that is publicly traded on the Mexican Stock Exchange. Fibra Monterrey invests and manages a corporate real estate portfolio in Mexico, with a predominant component of office buildings and industrial properties. Now we had a one-page slide that I think should go up. Maybe not. Well, I can talk through it. So the panel, there you go. Okay, thank you very much. So this panel is called Certainty and Infrastructure Essential Factors. So when it comes to unlocking nearshoring opportunities, it is essential for companies to have access, as we heard throughout the morning, to key infrastructure and resources, such as water, energy, telecom, transportation and logistics, and of course, skilled labor. All of these must take into consideration environmental and sustainability issues that are key to attract a certain type of private capital that is focused on ESG matters. Of course, capital availability, be it public or private, is another cornerstone to unlock nearshoring. An effective regulatory framework and policy incentives are needed to support all of the above. And last but not least, security and safety concerns should also be addressed. As we tackle these topics today, we hope to come out of here with one or more actionable takeaways from each of our esteemed panelists. So right now I'd like to pass the clicker. Oh, you have one, perfect. To Javier Yaca, Fibra Monterrey, who prepared a very interesting short presentation with some important data on nearshoring in Mexico. So if we can put up the presentation.
Thank you, Denise. Good morning, everybody. Well, good afternoon almost. In order to give you some context on this presentation from the real estate standpoint, and following up on what Ivan was talking a few moments ago in terms of foreign investment, it is important to point out that we're living on a cycle on the real estate industrial market in Mexico without any precedent, at least in the last 30 years. The absorption of industrial space, net and gross absorption, and we're talking from the leasing standpoint, not the transactions, not all the transactions that Ivan was referring to, like acquisition of land and acquisition of a real estate from companies, but the leasing activity, we're close to 5 million square meters of net absorption this year. Net absorption is the space that is leased up, less the space that is vacated. So to try to put things in context, is more than twice of what we saw during 19 and 20, 3 years ago. And the trend continues to grow, and this is being driven a lot by nearshoring. Something important to point out is that there's no clear line now of what is nearshoring and what is not. When you hear nearshoring, you think immediately of the Chinese company establishing in Mexico, but everybody is doing nearshoring. Whirlpool, one of our tenants in Monterrey, one of the largest appliance manufacturers in the world, is investing in nearshoring right now in Nuevo León and Coahuila. But that's a company that has a long track record in Mexico. So it's kind of a blur line which divides what's nearshoring and what's not. Main activity again on leasing concentrates 75%, close to 75% during the first half of this year in Monterrey and Saltillo, followed close by Ciudad Juárez. So on those three markets, you have 75% of leasing activity of what is nearshoring in Mexico on leasing space. The market share of this absorption, it's about 22% versus close to 40% last year, and that's only because of the scarcity of space. Right now, vacancy rates in Mexico are close to zero. There are markets like Monterrey, Tijuana, Juárez, Guadalajara, that the vacancy rate of existing buildings is less than 1%. In other words, a company wants to establish their operation in Monterrey, and they won't find an existing building ready to use. They have to do build to suits, they have to wait for a new inventory space, and that is making an offset on the absorption. We believe that if that's the case and this trend continues, we could see a 2024 of in excess of 6 million square meters of net absorption in all the markets. So you have a very good radiography on the screen of where the activity, the main activities in for nearshoring, as Ivan said before, Monterrey has become kind of the backbone for this activity in Mexico. What are the industries by market? By far, automotive continues to be the key driver for nearshoring transactions in Mexico. You can see that it is well defined in the Bajío area and Monterrey and northeastern part of Mexico, but you have markets like Aguascalientes, which is technically part of the Bajío area, with a huge increase and a high dynamic increase on absorption for automotive. By sector, going to a more granular approach, 35% of investment in new leases in nearshoring in the first half of this year has been automotive. If you look at the INEGI figures, automotive represents between 35 and 40% of manufacturing exports from Mexico. So it's very consistent to what reflects the whole economy. And obviously, durables, in the case of our own portfolio, follows close because Whirlpool falls into that qualification. And finally, by origin of investment, again, talking about nearshoring on industrial real estate, China is the largest player with 43%, followed by 22% of the US. But this is shifting. I mean, and it is also a very blurred line because most of Chinese company do not want to lease up the space. They want to be the owner of their facility. So you have a lot of Chinese companies under the radar, so to speak, that come to Mexico, particularly to Monterrey, and they acquire the land, hire a developer, they do their own building, and they own their own operation. There's kind of a pushback for certain developers and owners and investors to lease space to a Chinese company, given the fact that guarantee when you lease up to a Chinese company, the guarantor falls down to the Chinese government. So that's some of the reasons that they don't like to lease, because there's some developers that do not want to lease the space to Chinese companies. So this is kind of an opening remark, talk about certainty and infrastructure from the real estate standpoint, which we believe it's a very good thermometer of what's going on with nearshoring in Mexico. So back to you, Dennis.
Thank you, Javier. Now I'd like to pass it on to Emilio and hear from the perspective of your clients. What would you say are the most urgent infrastructure needs at the moment?
Well, I think it's fairly easy to say that, and Javier was saying it, energy, I think is number one in terms of having the access to the right type of energy in many different places. We operate in 15 different states. Monterrey metropolitan area is our largest footprint, but I think this is right now the most relevant thing that we are struggling with. And I would put it second, and for me it's a very important second and a very strategic second, is border infrastructure. I don't think we talk about it enough. We've been increasing exports by 20% for the last 3 years. Okay, that's 60% more trade. And we have, except of Colombia growing, which is fantastic, but I think we need Colombia and we need everything else growing because the exports are all over Mexico. And I think this is one of the most important strategic projects for both countries, for Mexico and for the United States. I think this issue of instead of just in time, just in case, and reliability of supply chains was really good 2 years ago. If you talk to the CFO and to the purchasing people at GM, it's really good to be reliable as long as the cost is good, right? So I don't think this issue of being able to bear additional costs for inventory management, I think is going away. And I think a lot of people here in the financial sector know it. Unless everybody is okay with less returns, then I think we can move in this direction. And for me, one of the most relevant pieces of cost for manufacturing is logistics. And we need to be much better at logistics in the region. It said, depends on the industry, our products go in and out of Mexico and the US 3, 4, 5, 6 times, which is true. So the faster we can move them among our countries, I think it's very important. And I think this is extremely relevant for the United States. I think when we talk about nearshoring, we try to put everything in there. For me, the most important phenomenon that we are living is actually offshoring. And that is companies in the United States that don't have enough labor to man their operations. And they are looking into Mexico as an alternative because I do believe we have a lot of people available where manufacturing is the employment of choice. And I think this is why we need to make the border as seamless as possible, but that requires a lot of investment. It requires a lot of investment on technology because that's the only way we can have a safe border too. We need a lot of resources, a lot of investment on brick and mortar too. I struggle to understand why don't we have, I was in Laredo, Texas 3 weeks ago in mile 8, and there is this huge overpass being built by the city of Laredo. And I cannot believe that this is the city of Laredo, which is doing great, but it's a small city, that the country of Mexico and the country of the United States cannot build an overpass for trusted traders that goes from one side of the highway to all the way to the other side. So I believe that for me, we don't talk about it enough, but border infrastructure is absolutely key for the competitiveness of North America, not only of Mexico, but of North America.
Thanks, Emilio. And Javier, from the perspective of the real estate in the portfolio of FIBRA, what would you say are the top infrastructure needs at the moment?
Well, the answer, the question seems simple. The answer is not. I think there are many. Of course, number one, energy. CFE states that there's enough energy production in Mexico. The problem comes to distribution. We strongly believe that public policy should open for private investment on distribution and self-generation. So that would be number one for me. Obviously, safety, public safety is one. Logistics Ivan said during his presentation, if you can have the most beautiful industrial, you don't have good pavement and you don't have good accesses and you don't have that mobility that it requires, it's useless. But something that nobody's talking about, that has not exactly to do with real estate, but is a key challenge for Mexico as a whole, is training and education. I mean, a boom like the one that we're seeing is going to create a lot of stress on labor pool. We saw that during the last Mexico moment, that you could go into an industrial park and you would see a truck with a huge speaker on the top trying to pouch the workers from one company to another. So if we don't prepare people, it's not going to be enough labor. But Mexico is shifting from labor to research and development and management. We have this term mano de obra, which is labor, but on the production line, we need to work a lot on the mente de obra, because companies are less and less every time sending expats to Mexico to run their operation. So the operations are going to be run by Mexican nationals. Mexico is producing more engineers per year, both in relative and absolute terms, than the US. So we have a great challenge in front of us to have enough and well-prepared people for all that demand. So I think, and finally, probably technology. We need to do a lot in terms of technology, fiber optics, communication, technology in general, because industry is becoming more and more automized every time. And Mexico has to be prepared to run those type of facilities. So I would say those would be my biggest concerns right now.
Thank you. And David, so we following up to Javier's remarks on the need for human capital. What do you see the challenges from your perspective when it comes to labor resources in connection with nearshoring?
Again, switching to automation rather than hiring people. Of course, that's gonna trigger additional training for critical skills that we just don't have yet. But there's states such as Nuevo León, as Ivan has mentioned, that has the capacity to train. I differ a little bit about the foreign investment not bringing their foreign nationals to Mexico. It depends on the countries. For example, China wants to bring all of their officers here to Mexico. The United States leave highly ranked in Mexicans. They trust Mexicans. Asians are a little bit more. And then there's this threshold of 10%. It has to be national versus 90% Mexicans, which in my point of view should change in order to facilitate the training and the skill enhancement of Mexican employees towards this, what we're moving. From an employment perspective, obviously there's I think 5 key elements that a foreign investment should take into consideration. Number one, Mexico does not have employment at will, so terminations have to be done with justified cause or severance payment. Benefits, which are not that great except for profit sharing, which we have a mandatory pre-tax earning, a 10% pre-tax earning, which is 10%. It's capped at 3 months right now, but there has been a case law with the mining workers in which they have a court has said that it is unconstitutional, that cap. We have very strict subcontracting rules. We need to take that into consideration. We only allowed to contract things that are not part of our main business activity. Immigration is friendly. Mexico receives a lot of foreign nationals, except for this threshold of 10%. And last but not least, unionization, something that you need to be very aware of. Back in the old days, we used to say, let's go pick our union rather than the union picking us. Right now, that is not the decision of the employers anymore. That's just the decision of the employees, and we have to respect that with all of the international agreements that we have signed.
Thank you for that. So both Javier and Emilio mentioned energy as one of the number one concerns when it comes to the lack of the lack of resource for infrastructure. So my question now, when it comes to energy, is about the shifts that have been in the Mexican energy market over the last decade. As we know, in 2013, the energy reform opened the market to privatization and renewable energy, while the reversal of that legislation in 2019 shifted the focus back to national energy and fossil fuels. So my question is, is there a need to rebalance the scales when it comes to energy? And I'd like to start with, Ivan. Can you tell us, what do you see the role of energy, and in particular natural gas, when it comes to developing infrastructure that is much needed for nearshoring?
Thank you very much, Denise. Well, first of all, I think that when they were talking about energy, they're right. Well, a little bit, let me make an appreciation. Nuevo León is a state that has a surplus in generation. We produce more than we use. We produce about 14,000 megawatts and only use 10,000 megawatts. So the generation part is something that it's not a challenge, but I agree with Javier. The transmission and distribution process is something that we had to handle and play with SENACE and CFE, so the projects can be solved. There has not been a project in Nuevo León in which we had not solved the problem. There has been no project that had gone because of the lack of electricity, but there's things that have to be planned or tried to be solved project by project. And natural gas, well, natural gas specifically in Nuevo León, we can say it's the main energy source. Right now, we produce 90% of all our electricity, in which we're talking with natural gas. And we have 3 main pipelines that come to Nuevo León from Texas. So natural gas has become the main fuel for Nuevo León, for the industry, for the electricity generation, and also something very important. This gas is one of the cheapest in the world because we are receiving this gas from Eagle Ford and from other sources of Texas. So right now, natural gas has become this transition fossil fuel that has gone from these renewable energies that we definitely want them to be a part of our grid. But right now, because of the authorities and how they have changed, we are using gas as this transition fuel, and it has become very, very important.
Can I add something there? I think for me the biggest problem is that we have been caught on a philosophical debate and rule of law debate for the last 4 years, debating how and who should be in charge of the electricity market in Mexico. We put in the presentation we saw there, the Mexico moment on the structural reforms. Energy was one of them, and we were all driving in that direction. And suddenly we put a stop to it because of this philosophical approach from our government. I think that whatever the solution is, I don't pretend to get into the politics of it because the politics are part of the decision, but we need to move on quickly. I think, as Ivan is saying, I always have a very bilateral approach to what we're doing because I think we need each other. I think only together in North America we have the right capital, natural resources, the talent, and the technology to be as competitive as we should for the people of this region. I don't know if we should be the most or not. That for me, it's kind of a mute debate. We need to be very competitive for this region. So I think we need to be much quicker on deciding how we are going to implement the energy strategy for Mexico and an energy strategy for North America. As I believe we need a water strategy for North America. We have all treaties on water that need to be, brought up today as we did USMCA. I think we need a regional approach to environmental impact. The pollution doesn't stop at the border with a visa or not visa. It goes one way or the other. So I do think that we really need, if we want to make North America this North American way that Enrique Perret preaches for, I think we need regional approach to energy, certainly, regional approach to water, regional approach to our secure border, but also fast border, etc. So I think we need to move really quickly because, as Javier is shown with the numbers, the opportunity is here today. And although we debate about the availability of talent, the truth is that Mexico has the largest demographic bonus of the history, and we better create the jobs today because these are the jobs that we need for tomorrow, because we need to make, just in Nuevo León, we just made the numbers, right, Ivan? We need to create from here to 2030, 800,000 new jobs. It's at a good pace right now, 100,000 per year, so we're probably gonna get there, but barely make there. Not considering the people that come from other places. So I think it's the sense of urgency for me as the manufacturing private sector is what concerns.
Talking about regulatory framework and policy incentives for infrastructure development, of course we all know about USMCA. In the US, there's been a lot of talk about the US Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS and Science Act. There are some very well-known policy incentives for nearshoring. When it comes to how this framework has evolved in Mexico recently, are there any incentives or policies that are worthwhile highlighting as incentives for infrastructure from a regulatory perspective? And I don't know who wants to take it. Ivan, Emilio, Javier, who wants to go first on this one?
When you talk about incentives in Mexico, it becomes a very complex thing because you have all kind of incentives at all kind of different levels.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them come to the federal government, some of them come to a state level, and some of them come to a municipal level. When you talk about tax incentives, I have to say it. I mean, it's very difficult to get proper tax incentives at a federal level. Ivan can talk for hours about this, I'm sure. It all comes down to a communion between the state and the municipality, particularly on the real estate, which is my field of expertise. Talking about property tax and talking about payroll taxes and talking about local incentives, that becomes a more walkable via for incentives. And I also have to say it, when you have a government that is antagonic sometimes, let's just remember what happened with that struggle between the federal government and Monterrey when it came to Tesla fighting for the 40 to try to threaten even with the water supply in order to avoid Tesla establishing in Nuevo León. So when you talk about incentives, it becomes more political every day. But I think that there are markets and there are states that are doing a great job in terms of on incentives. Nuevo León, of course, is one of them, but also Coahuila, Aguascalientes, Jalisco is doing great in terms of incentives. In general, I would say that all northern markets and central markets, in terms of state regulation and incentives, are doing a good job. But sometimes you face a wall when you have to climb to the federal level. And I would like to hear what Ivan has to say about this one.
No, definitely what you were saying about federal government, you have described it perfectly. It's right now about the state and the municipal incentives, and what we have tell the investors is that we can be the single window to negotiate those incentives from the state and the municipal point of view. So they don't have to be leading with two different authorities. So we negotiate all of this payroll tax, all of this new taxes to when they will buy the land. So we help them these purchasing taxes. But definitely we also have our state taxes, the payroll tax, and also a lot of different incentives to help people recruit, to help people train the all of these new workers. So definitely we have taxes, we have incentives that can help people come and have a really easier nearshoring process, easier in soft landing. But definitely, like you said, it's a state and municipal level here that we're talking about.
Can I make a quick comment on that? First, I think the most important incentive a company needs is competitiveness. We don't need too much other than that, but to be able to find land with electricity, to find talent. So I think we should be working on the overall competitiveness of the region and of Mexico. And that's the number one incentive. Most companies that have grown either in the US or Mexico have made it without any single incentive other than really finding the right place to operate. Now, having said that, on this new era of being strategic about what you want to make in the region, I do think that we need very specific incentives for specific industries. I'm not making a paid advertisement here for Rogelio and GM, but I think if Mexico makes today 3 million internal combustion engine cars, vehicles, and the US needs 13, 14 million that have to be replaced to electric, I think we need to do something like we did many years ago to bring the 3 million cars. And why don't we make 6 million cars, electric cars now? So in my opinion, if you're going to bring an electronic vehicle platform, you should get a lot of incentives. If you're going to make in Mexico PC boards, you should get incentives. We should differentiate by those areas and industries that are strategic. And for me, what's the best incentive out there? Income tax. Because the only way I gain the incentive is if I make money, if I'm productive. If I'm not productive, if I don't make profits, then it's zero incentive. And it's income tax that doesn't exist today. So I think we have to debate more with the government on Mexico and the US. Is not that you are taking away money from the government, is new money that is being generated. And for me, is the client or the OEM that needs the incentive. Then all of us will be there. We'll make buildings to satisfy the demand of suppliers. We'll provide services for that. And we're okay paying income tax as long as there is more business. And I think this is how Mexico grew with the IMEX program, the formerly known Maquiladora program. I think it's the best economic development program that has existed in Mexico because it also transitioned to where it is today, contrary to what many people think. It pays absolutely income tax every single month. It has all it complies with all rules and regulation. I think we need the new, I won't say maquila, but the new advanced manufacturing incentive for industries like this in Mexico and in the region.
Just talking a little bit about this, the focused incentive that Emilio was saying has to do with what we are trying to push on. If we're trying to be this electromobility hub, we have to have this incentive specifically for electromobility. And this week in Nuevo León, we're going to publish some facilities specifically for the electromobility companies that they will be able to have their income taxes and their payroll tax help. So it will be important, these new incentives specify on the electromobility that we will publish this week.
Thank you. So time has been flying. So I think I'm gonna cut to the chase and come to my last question, because then we want to leave some time for Q&A. So let's say you have a magic lamp and you have 2 wishes. So 2 wishes that can unlock dramatically nearshoring infrastructure. What do you wish to? What do you wish for? 2, only 2.
Only 2?
Only 2.
Wow.
Choose wisely.
I guess I would wish for a huge improvement of the rule of law in Mexico. I mean, I think that if something is pushing back and has pushed back growth in Mexico has been rule of law. So, and this is not fault of this administration. It's been there for many years now. So probably that would be my wish number 1, which would resolve a lot of other things. And then for violence in Mexico to dramatically reduce. If we could have those 2 things, I think this country, which is great, well, that country, we're not there. Mexico is great, but Mexico would be even greater. Just look at what happened to South Korea in the last 30 years. And that's rule of law, and that's a Pacific country. So those are my two wishes.
Let's go next.
I'll do it. For me, I already said it, but for me is to have a robust, big bilateral infrastructure plan. That's my wish number one. And my wish number two is that the plan is actually executed. So it's as tough as the second wish is much more difficult than the first one.
So I think that my first wish would have to do with the upskilling and reskilling of the people we have. In Nuevo León, definitely we have the people, but the new industries, the new automatization sectors have a gap between what we're producing and what we need. So we have to close that gap really fast so we can have the demand and the offer to be the same. And the second has to do with infrastructure, and it has to do with regional infrastructure. My wish would be also to have a train from San Antonio to Monterrey, which would definitely help to make all the customs in Mexico pass the border immediately and take things to Texas.
I'm gonna take the words of Emilio. I think a little bit more flexibility on the import-export programs, especially when you're obtaining those. It takes a little bit of time right now to process them and to obtain them. And obviously, rule of law, a little bit of flexibility in incorporation and all the mandatory things to start to run an operation. Those would be my wishes.
Okay. And on that note, we've run out of time, but I'm sure you can catch the speakers at the end of all this if you have any further questions. And I'd like to thank each and every one of you for a lively conversation, and thank everybody for the invitation and hospitality.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists in this last panel. We're gonna move to our last session, a presentation from the governor from Yucatan, Mauricio Vila. Yucatan it's one of our most beautiful states in the country, and I can say that I just spent 10 days in Yucatan, in Mérida, and it's just amazing. And as we saw recently in one of the slides, Yucatan is also receiving a lot of investment and a lot of absorption of manufacturing companies. So most of the time we think in Yucatan as a tourism-based industry, but now moving forward on technology and manufacturing. So we're gonna hear from the governor the most recent events in Yucatan and the prospection of Yucatan. Thank you so much, Governor, on behalf of GBM and the U.S.-Mexico Foundation. Welcome.
So first of all, thank you very much to Enrique and all his team of the U.S.-Mexico Foundation for having us here. For us, it's a great opportunity to show what Yucatan has to offer, not only to Mexico, for the world. And I'm gonna try in 20 minutes to explain you what is happening in Yucatan and what are we doing to make this a great moment for Yucatan. And I would like to start these presentations showing you where is Yucatan, because we're located on the southeast of Mexico. And we have a population of more than 2 million people. And one very interesting thing is our economy is moving from a lot of services to the industrial sector. And we're having an historic moment, and I want to give you very quick some data. 2021 is the year that with the highest economic growth of our history. 2021 is also the year with the highest level of new jobs that we have generated. 2022 is the year with the highest foreign direct investment arrival in the history of Yucatan. And also 2022 is the year that we have received the most tourists in our history. And also 2022 is the safest year with the lowest crime incidence in our history and also the largest crime reduction in our history. So we want to talk about security. They already told me that you have an image that says that Yucatan is the safest place in Mexico. But when we go to other countries, they say how safe it is because it's Mexico, right? They all have seen all the narco series and all that. But our safety security compares with countries like the Netherlands, that Switzerland. Merida, our capital, is safer than any city in the United States. We're the second safest city in all America, only behind Quebec in Canada. And we have been receiving important investment. We have right now 310 projects of new investment companies like Airbus, Mercado Libre, Amazon, Walmart, Leoni, Accenture, the German company Pre, and other companies that are investing in Yucatan. So I already told you that we've been having like historic things like our economy growing, employment, but we want to make this moment to be that we can take it for a long time. And we're working right now with some strategic projects that we're going to be finishing in 2024, some of the state government, other projects with the state government and also the federal government. So right now, our airport is having an expansion. We're going from 2 million passengers to 4.7 million passengers. We're having a lot of new flights. We're having, for example, a new hub for Viva Aerobus. And one very interesting that is we're having a very increase in international routes over pre-pandemic. We're going to start in September with the expansion of our Progreso port. We're going to make our port deeper, and we're going to make the navigation channel wider. We're going to have a bigger platform. Right now, we have a platform in the sea of 32 hectares. We're going to be moving 40 additional. We're going to be having 72 hectares, and we're going to be having bigger ships, cargo ships. So we're going to have a lot more competitive state. Energy. There's no way to have development if we don't have energy. And right now in Yucatan, there's the construction of two combined cycle electric plants. Merida 4, that's a plant that has already 51% of advance, and also the Valladolid plant that has 55%. This is a federal investment that is being in Yucatan. Merida 4 plant has 499 megawatts capacity, and the Valladolid plant has 1,020 megawatts capacity. And these two are going to be finished in November 2024, and it's going to be start generating energy in the beginning of 2025. Also, Yucatan is a great state. We have a lot of sun and also a great wind for renewable energy. We have already 3 wind farms and 2 solar parks. And also we have 24 other renewable energy projects that right now, if you know the situation of Mexico, are in litigation with the federal government. But something that we know is that 2025 is going to be a great year because it doesn't matter who's going to win the election. We need renewable energy, and I think things are moving in the right direction right now. And also, we have a natural gas pipeline called Mayacan that is going to be growing because we're going to have more capacity. Right now, we have the capacity of the Mayacan system in the peninsula of Yucatan of 250 million cubic feet per day, and we're going to be moving to 420 million cubic feet per day. And some of you will say, and where are you going to have the gas coming from? The gas is coming from Texas on the pipeline that goes on the Gulf of Mexico. That's the connection that it's already made. And right now, the expansion of the pipeline here from Custal to Yucatan. And this is another project, the Mayan Train. I don't know how much you have heard about the Mayan Train. And here in the state of Yucatan, we're been supporting this project from the beginning, because having the opportunity to move part of the million of tourists that goes to Cancun and La Ribera Maya to Yucatan is going to be a project that for sure is going to get us more tourists and more development, and of course, more jobs for us. And another thing of the Mayan Train, and I'm going to be explaining you a little bit forward, is that it's also a cargo train that is going to giving us a connection with the Pacific Ocean. That it's a great opportunity for us. Another good thing about the Mayan Train is that gives us the opportunity to have this special economic zone. I just spoke today in the morning with the Secretary of Economic in Mexico. I think this is going to be ready next week, because we're going to have 400 hectares that is going to have some tax benefits. We're going to have accelerated depreciation during the first 6 years. We're going to have VAT exemption for transactions within and between the poles, 100% income tax exemption for the first 3 years, with the possibility of extending for additional 3 years. This is going to be for promoting the installation of new companies dedicated to various product sectors such as ICT. And this is just like 20 kilometers from Mérida and 10-15 kilometers from the Port of Progreso. And we're having mobility is very important for us. We have been constructing like almost 80 kilometers of bicycle lines, but we're having this new transportation system that we're going to begin in the month of December. It's called Vaivén, and this vehicle that you see is the Jetram. Jetram is a vehicle that has all the advantages of Tranvía, but also all the mobility that has a bus. It's a 100% electric bus. It's going to be the first electric line in all the southeast of Mexico. And I'm going to show you this map, because this is the map of Mérida. It's an investment of 2.8 billion pesos that we're making with the federal government and the state government and also the private sector. So this is the city of Mérida, and the first route is going to be from the downtown to the University of Yucatan. The second one is going to be going to Canacín. Canacín is the metropolitan area, is another municipality, but it also going to have a route that is going to be going to the Maya train station of Teya. And also we're going to have another route that is going to Man, that is our industrial, most of our industrial parks are located, and also a connection with the Mayan train station of Uman. And I'm going to show you this quick video so you can know a little bit more. Supposed to have sound. It's an electric vehicle. These electric vehicles right now are in Spain, in France, and also in the Middle East, in Qatar, 100% electric, and it's a very beautiful vehicle. So nearshoring, a lot of people think that nearshoring is only happening in the north of Mexico and in the Bajío. But I'm going to show you this information from Credit Suisse, because they delivered this report of which were the states that were having most of nearshoring in 2022. And you have Nuevo León. I know that the Secretary of Economy has been here. Nuevo León has like almost 60% of nearshoring. But Coahuila is in second place, but look who is in third place. That's Yucatan, and Chihuahua and Mexico City. What's the difference between these? That we're not in the northern border and we're not the capital of the state. So what are we doing? And what are people say what we need to do as government to have the best opportunity to have this nearshoring. Logistics, we have to improve logistics. As you know, I already told you, we have been working on the airport, on the train, also in the port of Progreso. You need to have energy. We have the new combined cycle electric plants and also the renewable energy potential that we have in Yucatan. And we need to boost technology. So what we have been doing is we've been increasing the capacity for students to be able to study ICT careers. We have increased the number of enrollment 67% in the last 2 years for ICT careers. We have increased our bachelor's and specialization programs in engineering and technology for 182 to 2024. And for this school year, we expect to reach an enrollment of over 3,000 students in STEM fields. That represents a growth of nearly 50% compared for the beginning of the administration. We know that English is very important, so we have created the state English agenda. So what we're doing is from preschool to university, we're increasing the hours of English that we're giving to students. We're having bilingual environments in schools. We're training teachers. We're hiring new teachers. And we have right now with this program more than 50,000 students that are on schools with the state's English agenda. We have our international mobility program that we start in the year of 2022. We're having agreements with universities in Canada and also in the United States. We're talking the University of Regina, Saskatchewan, McGill, Simon Fraser, St. Lawrence, and the United States, Michigan, Indiana. So we start this program with 170 students in 2022. This year, 2023, we're sending 340 students. And for 2024, we're having 500. And next year, we want to have our first 50 teachers going. And you can see this image. You know, if you recognize the guy in the middle, that's the Prime Minister of Canada, Trudeau, because the first group in 2022 that went to the University of Saskatchewan, on the first day, they meet him because there's a facility of investigation there, and he was visiting. So this is also a great experience, and they're having almost a month of this opportunity in the United States of Canada for our students. And we know that a lot of companies want to have more women in their companies. So when we get to the government, we saw that we were having very few women studying ICT. So what we're doing for increase the participation of women in this field, all women that are studying any engineering career related to ICT at public universities under the state government have a 100% scholarship. So what we have been doing is that we increase over 150%, going from 403 women that were studying ICT careers, and we have right now 1,300. We've been promoting some new careers. We opened the cybersecurity career. It's the first in all the southeast of Mexico. We're having cybersecurity engineering in the UPY, and also a cybersecurity specialization at the UTM. And also we have opened two new labs for the students to have all the facilities that they need to study these careers. And this is something that I like a lot. We're starting to give in elementary school robotic classes, and it's the first kind in the southeast of Mexico. So we start last year with 3 schools to make like the pilot to see this work. And it's amazing that kids in 8-12 hours are having, like a lot of things that they can do. So this scholar year, we're gonna be having this program in 223 schools around Yucatan. And why are we making this? Because we know that if you don't get any of these things in school, when you get to high school and people say you have to study engineering because that's that thing that is going to pay a lot of money, but they are afraid to study that because they never have the opportunity to have these kind of topics in school. And also for nearshoring, it's also very important to have legal certainty. And Yucatan is being, like in first or second place around the country in almost all the rankings that have, for example, World Justice Project on the Rule of Law Index. Of course, also Deloitte that says that Yucatan is the state with the best business conditions according to consulting firm in 2021. So I think there's a great environment in Yucatan for making business. And this is something that we're working very hard. We can become the new frontier with the United States. And which part of the United States? The East Coast of the United States. Mexican products participation in US regional imports. On the West, we have 18%, but in the East, we only have 6.5%. So there's a lot of opportunity to sell more to this part of the United States. So, for example, if you can see, I told you in the beginning about the Mayan train and the Transseismic project. It's all these red lines that you see between Oaxaca, Tabasco, and Yucatan. So, for example, if a Chinese company wants to be in North America, they can put their company in Yucatan. Why? They're coming, for example, from Shanghai, is 22 days by ship, and they get to Salina Cruz, that is where this says Transseismic corridor. In 24 hours, they could have their materials in Yucatan. We can transform in Yucatan with the energy, with the gas, and send it to United States with the Progreso port that is with this expansion. So, for example, if you go from Progreso to St. Petersburg in Florida, you can connect with the CSX train that goes all the East Coast. Or you can also go to Mobile, Alabama. You have a lot of great companies, automobile companies, plane companies, aeronautic companies, and you can take also the CSX and Norfolk, or you can go to Houston and get the Kansas City Canadian Pacific and move all your products all around the East Coast. So Governor is not very far. Look at this, Nuevo Laredo to New York, 2,200 miles by railway. Progreso, New York, 640 miles by sea. From Progreso to any port in the United States is 48 hours, and 1,200 miles by train. So this is a great opportunity to have companies in Yucatan and to export to the United States. So thank you very much. For sure.
We'll take 2 or 3 questions from the audience. Who wants to start?
Sorry, what's the question? I couldn't hear that first part. Okay. I think we're not that far. Of course, Nuevo León has a lot of years of advantage. For example, Nuevo León has natural gas since 1940. So when you can say why the north of Mexico is developed and the south is not developed, is because they have the infrastructure from a long time ago. But if you see, for example, in human capital, I think we are very close from there. If you see infrastructure, this pipeline and also the electrical plants, they're going to be finished in 2024. So if we can be having, in 2021, Yucatan State has a growth of 7%. And if we can be the 3rd place in nearshoring in Mexico, and we don't have all the infrastructure in place already, I can't imagine what we can do in 3-4 years with the train, the transseismic, with the new port of Progreso, with the power plants, with the pipeline. I think Yucatan is going to be growing, maybe not the level of Nuevo León, but see the levels of some states in the Bajío. It's not like we don't have like a general rule that say all companies that come to Yucatan are going to have this and this and this. It's like one-on-one discussions. Of course, there's companies that are more interest for us than others, and we're willing to be offering more things. But I will say that probably we'll have the same incentives, maybe a little more. It all depends the companies.
What's the plan, the timing for the Progreso upgrade? I think it's a fantastic project that really opens the opportunities on logistics.
Hopefully, we're going to be beginning on October. We're having, at this moment, a lot of meetings with the Secretaría de Marina and also the local Asipona that is from the federal government. So I think we're weeks away from having the concession, because these new 40 hectares are going to be administered by the state government. So we have already talked with some companies that do the dredge, and they say that it will be 12 months, but maybe they could be doing it in 8 months. So if things go well, I think at some point of next year, we're going to have the upgrade of the Progreso port. Then I think is going to be something that is going to be giving a great development for the state.
So it's a very good. Yeah. So I'm in Nearshore States. I'm from Orillac. I never considered very fast someone who was very someone who wants to work in the industry. So what are your policies for talent attraction in Mexico? Like, a little bit better.
Our policy security. Yeah, that's why we are here. I remember when I started being a governor, our first trip outside Mexico was to Japan and South Korea. And when we make the presentation about the state, the first thing that they told me was, "Where were you guys?" And I said, like, "Sorry? Yeah, because we only hear here in Asia from Nuevo León and the Bajío, but you never hear nothing about Yucatan. So you guys have a lot of good things, and you have to promote your state." And that has been one of the main directions of our government, to promote Yucatan. And like in a natural way, we're having a lot of new talent in Yucatan because quality of life of security. So what we're doing, with a lot of companies is, like when a company decides to come to Yucatan to the start of the production, it will take a year and a half, maybe 2. So we work very close with companies about the talent that they need. For example, we're going to have a container company that is going to be on a municipality in Yucatan that it's called Tella. So we have all the technical schools around teaching the people how to, ¿cómo se dice soldar en inglés? Welding, teaching them welding. So when they open, they have all the manpower that they need. But we're doing that in a lot of other areas. For example, on cybersecurity, we're working very close with Accenture. Accenture is going to be hiring 1,000 people in Yucatan, 600 in Mérida, 200 in Tecash, and 200 in Valladolid. So we're working from, they already hired 200 people, but we have like a year and a half working with them. What are the skills that they need? So we're working on the universities and the UPY and the UTM, teaching those skills to people. So I think there's a lot of opportunities there in Yucatan.
Okay, last question there.
We Yeah, that's why we're working on all of this. For example, I was telling Enrique before we came here that 2 years ago, some companies from Asia say, guys, we love Yucatan, we love quality of life, we love security, we love the human resources that you have, but logistics are more expensive than in Bajío. But right now, with on why? Because they came from Lázaro Cárdenas, and if they want to go to Bajío and go to the north of Mexico, they take the train. But if they want to go to Mérida, they need to take a truck, and that's very expensive. Now, with the Transismis project, they're going to go to Salina Cruz and take the train and go to Yucatan. So we have the same things. And the Progreso port was cheaper because they get bigger ships that we can't have in Progreso port. That's why the expansion of the port, to get bigger ships and make the cost of moving things cheaper. So I think this is going to change very fast. You're welcome.
One last question. Okay, this one.
I get a lot of this question, and I will say that I don't give advices because there's a lot of political jealousy. But every state has difference. It's not the same Yucatan than in other places. But I think there's two things that it could work anywhere in the world. First of all, we have invested a lot in security. When I get in 2018, Yucatan was the safest place in Mexico. But I have seen that in other states that were safe, and from one day to another, things change. So we decided to invest in security. And when I went, with the people of Yucatan, say, Governor, why invest in security if we're the safest place? Because it's more cheaper to prevent than to try to fight things back. So, for example, in 2018, our security budget was 1,900 million pesos. Right now is 3,500 million pesos. We have a 75% increase. There's no any state in Mexico that have an increase in budget in security. Other things, in Mexico, being a policeman is not, you don't have a very good reputation. So what we have done, we are the only police force in all Mexico that gives their policemen a salary over the average, national average. We give health to them and to their families in private hospitals if they have an accident at work. We're the only police force that give housing. And most of you will know Infonavit. Infonavit is the institution in Mexico that gives credits to the workers to have houses, but they didn't give to any policemen because if they die, who's going to pay? So imagine that. So we have an agreement with Infonavit, and we as government are the ones that pay the house if something happens. And the other thing is that any policeman, any son of any policeman that wants to go to university, they get a 100% scholarship for going to any university in the state, private public, the most expensive, the most cheaper. So we have policemen that want to be policemen and that see in their career the opportunity to have a growth for them and their family. So if I go to an OXXO in Mexico and I see some policemen and say, hey guys, and you're getting the scholarship, or that's not true? No, Governor, my kids are 12 years and 10 years old, but I'm not moving here until they finish their university. And also, we have been investing in technology. We have 2,200 security cameras in Yucatan. Now we have 7,000. We are the state with the most security cameras per capita in the whole Mexico. So I think that the message or the advice will be, we have to invest in security. We can let this thing only to the federal government. The federal government, with a lot of will that they have, they're not going to solve our own problems. We as states have to take care about security. So you have to invest, you need technology, and you also need to give better conditions to our police forces.
Well, thank you so much, Governor. Let me invite also Enrique Rojas from GBM. You can see now why we invited Governor Mauricio Vila to share with us the Yucatan state. I'm a little bit sad because you didn't mention food as a policy also of the state and as an incentive for attracting tourists, digital nomads, and obviously a lot of talent. But I think food is one of the best things of Yucatan. But now on behalf of GBM and the US-Mexico Foundation, thank you for coming here to make the trip from Yucatan to New York to promote Mexico. I think you are always promoting your state, but you also promote Mexico at the end. In your maps, you didn't talk just about Yucatan, but you talk about other ports and other regions. And I think that's the value of nearshoring. Nearshoring it's an opportunity not only for Yucatan, not only for Nuevo León, not only for Coahuila. It's an opportunity for all Mexicans. So thank you so much. And thank you all for coming to hearing these sessions. Very productive half day in a US Open and Fashion Week in New York, and with many other events. Tomorrow, Mexico has also the Viva Day, and the next day, we're going to have the Amex Cup Day. I saw Liliana here participating with us, and Maria Risa. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Consul-General and the Consulate-General here in New York for all the support. Again, thank you, and have a good lunch, right? It's time for food. Again, in Shearman and starting. Thank you.